Good morning, sir. Indrajit sir just trying to connect. I think he's having some issue with his net. I've admitted him. I think maybe he'll be joining. Okay, so sorry. Yeah. Yeah, you go. Light.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Are
There you go.
we going to start admitting, or I think wait for another minute? Let Rojo try again.
Yeah.
He's on. Who's it? Indrajit Balotia saying he's on.
It doesn't show on mine.
Okay. He's gone off again.
Yeah, I think he's having some problem with his net.
Oh, quite possible.
It showed it joining, but then he didn't get through.
You have the screens, no? What for
Yes, sir.
today's whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just share that till then.
Okay. Once we allow people to come in, let's wait for another minute or so. I think you can let people in. No? Shall we let people in?
So we can let people in at 7:30. Once
Yeah.
sir joins, we'll start class.
Okay. You can let people in. Go ahead.
And then I can project the schedule. They can look at that.
Yeah. Okay. You can let people in. Morning, everyone. Sorry, you guys are muted, so it's fine. I know you're saying good morning to me. Very accomplished people here. All of them. All of you guys. You got Sujan from Dubai. Nice. Jimmy. Still, we're just letting people in, so just bear with me. And Mr. Balotia is having some problems with his internet, so just probably a minute or so. We'll just put the schedule on the screen. So what we're going to do, I think what we're starting off with is D-plane and gear effect. Then we'll move on to, I think golf equipment is going to, it is going to be part of it. But we've got Mr. Seal coming in fitting at 11:30. So we're going to juggle it around a little bit. We've got junior golf, mental side of golf, which I presume I'm the least qualified to comment. Let me just check with.
We can just start.
I'll start.
Connection problem. I'm just connecting.
Okay. All right. Cool. I'll start. Angelina, can we get the... I think Indrajit is having some problems, so I'll start. We won't let people wait.
Okay, so then do you want me to go ahead and start with the first video?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure.
Let's see what Indrajit has, so we'll talk on that.
Yeah.
Angelina?
Yes, sir. Just opening up the
Yeah, sure.
video.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. I think Indijit sir has joined as well. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Morning, Rojo.
Yes.
Morning. Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, then I'll start the video, sir.
Yeah. Just wait. No, wait. We'll just have a short discussion before we.
Okay, Rojo. Go ahead.
Okay, welcome everyone. Hi, Amandeep.
Hi.
So, today's schedule, we'll be talking about. Request everyone to have your videos on, otherwise the attendance doesn't count. So we'll be talking about deep plane. We'll be talking about deep plane and gear effect a little bit. So we have a couple of videos which we will run, and then we will take the discussion further. After that, Angelina, can you just put the schedule for today? So we'll be talking about deep plane and gear effect, and then we'll talk about golf equipment from the coach's point of view. You know, things that we need to know and remember. Uh, every golf teacher need not be an expert club fitter, but we have to have some kind of idea. Then we will be talking about junior golf. Junior golf, we have a presentation of junior development program presentation, which we will briefly share. It's a very extensive one, about 40-50 slides, but we will briefly discuss that. And then we'll talk about the mental side of golf. And we have Sandeep Seal joining us for the last session on club fitting. So Sandeep will be joining us around 11:30 to 12, and then we'll finish at 12:30. Tomorrow, mainly the first couple of hours, we will be doing short game. We'll be basically discussing the short game. And then Amandeep has a presentation on a discussion on golf biomechanics and injury prevention. And then we'll get back to junior golf, and then we will have a guest speaker. So we've got junior golf on 2 days for the main reason that, we all realize, most of us who do a lot of lessons or we run academies, I would say anything between 70 to 90% of our revenue comes from junior golf. And junior golf is probably the most important aspect for any teacher to understand and to take forward, because it's a responsibility to take junior golf to higher heights. If one misconception people have is that, if it's a junior program, we start with a junior teacher or a D category teacher, which I personally don't feel is the way it should be, because when a youngster starting golf, it's very important that the youngster knows what to do and is taught correctly. So I would rather have my children going to a good, experienced teacher rather than a new teacher. Right, Amandeep? What's your views?
Absolutely. I think the fundamental needs to be so strong, and there are so many issues which I've seen get overlooked if an unqualified or a lesser qualified person is trying to handle the junior. So, right from equipment on there are a lot of, various issues where they tend to get overlooked, and a lesser qualified coach can't handle not only just the physical side, even the mental side with the junior. So you need a lot of experience to be teaching the junior golfers, and they need to be treated with a lot of care. And there are two kinds of juniors which I have seen. Uh, the ones which are, one, being sent by their parents or forced to start playing golf because that's the thing to do. And then there are the others who are genuinely very fond of. So it's actually split through the middle what kind of juniors they come. So we need to really understand who is actually very keen and who has the potential of becoming a great player, and treat them a little differently, and the ones who are just coming here to, coming to you for getting into the game in some manner or the other. So that's what I've seen. So I agree, they have to be treated with a lot of care.
Yeah, it's an important point because we have a few kids who come in literally crying and dragged there to start golf. Though that changes moment they start, because now that we're discussing junior golf, I think we'll just take this for another 10 minutes before we go into
Deep lane.
deep lane. I always use this example when my daughter used to go for her dance classes on every Sunday. She would be crying and she would, refuse to go. And there was always a tussle between the mother and the daughter for her to go. And what we found out was that the dance school was actually, very strict, and it wasn't dancing. It was like going for a tuition class. So I used to wonder, why a child would not enjoy dancing. I mean, dancing, playing, singing, those are things that should be fun, right? It should not be something that you're forced to do. And we finally took her out of the dance school, and she quit dancing. But that was a big lesson for me, at least, to learn and to talk to our coaches and tell them that, listen, when a child comes to learn golf, it should be fun for them. They should look forward to playing golf. So in our academy, we make it a point to not tell our kids that your next class is on so and so date, or your session is on so and so date. We try to say that you come and play. So the next day you play is on so and so date. So we try to not talk about golf as a class, as another activity, but as a sport. Anyway, so let's go to gear effect. There's a video that's probably the best gear effect video. That's why we are using it, because it's very simple. So it's I think a 5-6 minute video. So we'll play this video, we'll run this through, and then we will have the discussion. Angelina, can you play that video with the sound?
As we well know, the D plane is really comprised of just two components. It's the movement or motion of the golf club and the direction that the face is pointing at impact. That creates the D plane. So what we're going to do first is this red stick is going to represent the motion of the club's center of gravity, or I might refer to sometimes as sweet spot. So as that club is moving towards the target, this red line represents that. So that motion or that path can be left of the hole, right of the hole. We can hit up on it or hit down on it. So really, the motion of the club head also includes angle of attack and horizontal differences. So that forms half the D-plane. The second half is what we call normal to the club face. Normal to the club face is perpendicular in all directions to the club face. So it's the way the direction that the face is pointing at impact. Now, they say that two lines can create a plane. So if we have the direction of the path and the direction of the face, that creates a plane between these two, and that's what we call the D-plane. And there's our D-plane, this way. And the D-plane contains the initial flight of the golf ball, the lift of the ball is in that plane, and gravity will pull it down. And that plane can be vertical to the ground, and that'll produce a ball without spin or side spin. And then it tilted to the right will produce a slice or fade, and tilted to the left will produce a draw or a hook. Now, when we introduce the golf ball itself, the golf ball will only spin along one axis. That spin axis is always perpendicular to where the D-plane is. So if the D-plane is vertical, the spin axis will be horizontal to the ground. And if that D-plane is tilted, the spin axis is tilted correspondingly to where it is perpendicular to the D-plane itself. So again, the ball will start on the D-plane, rise up that D-plane due to spin, and gravity will pull it right back down to the D-plane if it's a vertical D-plane. However, on crooked shots, it will be tilted, the ball will rise on the D-plane, start on the D-plane, rise on the D-plane, and gravity will pull it off the D-plane. So that's how crooked shots are hit in golf, and obviously sometimes we want to hit them crooked on purpose. But the other thing to kind of consider is what we call spin loft. We hear a lot about spin with launch monitors and so forth. And the thing we have to understand that the spin loft is the difference between the angle of attack and the face direction.
Okay, so Amandeep, you want to just talk about this before we go to spin loft?
Yes, of course. I think it's like I said. Sorry, I was getting my shafts for the D-plane. So I think it's very important again to understand. First of all, there are a lot of people who it's a little challenging or a little difficult for them to think and visualize in 3 dimensions. So yesterday also I was saying that whenever our biggest challenge of coaches and teachers is to start to think, visualize in 3 dimensions. So superimpose the picture which you see from the back and face on to merge them together. And when we talk about planes, there's something which is again we need to understand and visualize and just in our mind have a real clear picture what a plane is. So anything which is a flat surface, like he was saying, joined by 2 lines is a plane. So why are we talking so much about the plane is because we need to understand. We talk about the plane when we are talking about the golf swing. So the shaft plane or the swing plane or the shoulder plane. So everything which is moving on a certain plane. And yesterday I was talking about vertical plane, angular plane, more angular plane. So plane is something which we need to clearly understand. And once we have that picture, it becomes clearer to understand the D plane. And D plane is basically what they are trying to do is they have converted one force into 2 separate forces, 2 vectors, which we call, which are the 2 vectors. And the 2 vectors, can you guys see me clearly or should I move a little back? Just trying to see whether. Rojo, can you see me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can see me clearly, there you go. Okay. So basically what has happened is that one force is converted into 2 vectors. So this is the upper vector is representing the loft loft of the club. And this is representing the path of the club. So if you guys have two sticks and if you put them together, they will form what is called the deep plane. So the ball is only going to move on this plane when it takes off. And after that, the spin comes into play and all of that. But we are more interested in what the starting direction is and what kind of axis. So if you can visualize a plane, you understand. So when the plane turns left, the axis of the plane is shifting. When you are in a 3D space, you see, when you're in a car, you're attached to the ground. So when you turn, there's something else that is happening because the steering is happening. When you're in space, anything that is in space, if you give any kind of different force, the axis of that object changes, causing it to turn left, or the axis of the object changes to turn right. And that's what we need to understand. So what is the D plane going to tell us? How does the ball take off, and what kind of spin is it going to get when the ball is in air? So those are the two excuse me, those are the two factors that we need to know as teachers to understand how did we deliver the club to the ball. I hope that is clear. So this is the initial bit about the D plane. So when the D plane, what he's saying is, if the D plane is absolutely vertical, the ball will start straight and drop straight. But that's a very rare issue that is happening. So we'll talk about that. The moment the D plane is tilted, why? Because the path and the club face have a differential. They are not on top of each other. They have a differential. So when there is a differential, I hope everybody understands. So anybody who doesn't understand any part, please raise your hand or ask a question or whatever we will, because this is such an important topic to understand how, when we are watching a player, what should be going on in our mind. So we need to become the MRI. We need to become the X-ray. So we need to understand the moment we see the ball flight, after it's made a good impact, so the sound, we need to understand what actually happened, and then we will be able to give a solution. So when it's tilted means the path and the club face have created some kind of a differential. And now when it's like this, so the ball is going to draw. When the club face is going, when the path is going right of the club face. When the path is going right of the club face, the ball is going to draw. And when the path is going left of the club face, the ball is going to fade. And that's all they are saying. So the other thing that as we are talking, I can immediately explain. The bigger the D plane, so if you see this angle, if I'm increasing and I tilt a little bit, there is not much differential between the two lines. You see this? The path and so as this angle keeps increasing, if I tilt it very little, which is why shorter clubs tend to curve less. The moment I bring this angle little lesser, I tilt it a little bit, and the angle or the differential of the angle, the plane tilts much more. The plane tilts much more, so the ball tends to curve more, which is why.
So Amandeep, why don't you show also that what if the tilt is almost like 80 degrees? There'll be hardly any. If the spin loft is around 80 degrees or so, almost 90 degrees, there'll be no tilt at all, literally. Can you just
exactly.
that?
So, so that's exactly. It's only up to a certain point. I didn't want to talk about spin loft. We can talk about spin loft, and I can continue going on. So the angle between these two lines, this is the line of your direction, and this is the line of the club face. So if this line is like that, 90 degrees. You see that? So the angle between that is the spin loft. Got it? So the bigger the spin loft, the more the ball is going to spin. Can you see that, everybody? And the smaller the whatever spin loft, the lesser the ball is going to spin. Am I right? Indrajit, that's what you want me to talk about? I don't want to jump.
Also
confusing. Sorry?
No, that's fine. So we'll run the next part of the video.
Because otherwise it becomes too much information before the video is finished.
Absolutely, yeah. So, Angelina, can we continue with the video?
Direction. And then it's also due to the speed of the club. At any given speed, once we determine this difference here, that determines how much spin the golf ball is going to have. So the greater that is, the more spin, the less it is, less spin. If these two were facing in the same direction, the ball would have no spin at all. Now, we talk a lot about angle of attack with launch monitors. Let's take an example here. We hear that, hey, if we hit down on the ball, we'll spin it more. Well, if the angle of attack is, let's say, level, this is a driver instead of an iron, and the spin loft, let's say, is 10 degrees. If we hit down on it 5 degrees, but the club face changes the same corresponding 5 degrees, we did not change the spin loft, therefore we would not change the spin. So by just changing the angle of attack doesn't necessarily increase the spin. However, if we had the angle of attack change and the face stay the same, we would increase this spin loft, the difference here, and the ball would spin more. So that's the case there. The last thing to keep into account is the lie of the club. So let's say we have a perfectly fitted club with a vertical D-plane and straight ball flight, and we had a club that was misfit. That tilts our D-plane, which would cause the ball to go right, and this would cause it to go left. However, that can be reconciled by just fixing the club face. Now we have a vertical plane and straight ball flight with a club that doesn't fit us. It's not the best thing to do or the best case scenario, but it's how people can hit misfit golf clubs sometimes and still come out with a straight shot. Okay, if we're going to use the D-plane model for teaching, we have to kind of use both what we get from the TrackMan numbers and what we get from video. What we're going to do is I'm going to show you here an example. Here's a friend of mine who is hitting a golf shot, and you look at it on video. And Rob Noel, he's a teaching professional who's hitting the shot.
Okay, I think let's talk about spin loft. Amandeep, we'll talk about let's talk about dynamic loft and then spin loft.
Yes. Okay. Guys, I'm sure you know every club. So I'm just running through. Most of you guys will know, but that's the whole idea of the refresher. Sometimes I feel that I'm talking when as people is almost telling me that, oh, you know, we all know about it. But anyway, for a bit of percentage of people who don't know, we have a loft of the club. Okay, so this, when the club comes with a loft, so every club, so this is a pitching wedge. It comes with, say, a 45 to a 47, 48 loft. So that is the static loft of the club, right? And if you see, just going back, each club will have a forward shaft lean. So the club is designed to, when it lies flat, to have a lie angle and a forward shaft lean and a loft. So those are the three key fundamentals of the design of a golf club when it's, and why it's different from every other sticks that are used for sport, which is what makes golf unique. So it's important to tell your students when they're coming to you, why is golf different and why do they miss the ball? So it comes with a forward shaft lean, it's got a lie angle, and it's got a loft. And that's the thing. So this is the static loft. And
so if I just want to add, because we've already touched, you've touched upon this. What happens is, every sport equipment, whether it's a hockey stick or a cricket bat or a tennis racket or a badminton racket, they are all built flat. So when you are using any sports equipment and you need to hit the ball up, you have to create that loft. Whether it's a cricket
You have to
shot,
get
whether
underneath it. You have to get
shot,
underneath it.
you have to get underneath it and hit the ball up. Now, as we all know that a perfect Yorker can't be hit up, right? Same way, you can't hit a tennis ball which is on the ground up. So unless you scoop it, and that's where the golf equipment comes in with a loft. So golf equipment is the only club, even though hockey sticks do have a little bit of loft, even the cricket bats are now made with a little bit of, little bit of a curve, which a concave curve, so that when you hit it in the bottom of the bat, you still get that elevation. But it's relatively flat. So when somebody, especially if it's a child, he just swings naturally. But when you have someone who is a grown-up person and he's swinging a golf club, he's always trying to hit it up, and he's trying to generate that loft, because subconsciously he knows that he has to hit the golf ball up, he has to hit it up. Here we have to explain to our students that, listen, the golf ball is on the ground or maybe sometimes on a tee, and you don't need to hit the ball up. So if right from the beginning a beginner understands that all you need to do is hit the ball flat and the loft of the club is going to take the ball up, it solves a lot of problems for beginners. So that is something that is extremely important for us to make our students realize, that you don't need to hit a golf ball up.
Absolutely. Sometimes I'm just going to, I'm sure everybody has their own way of doing it. I normally try to give a visual to a player that hold the ball in your hand. And if you tell them that if you try to hit it up, you will hit the middle of the ball and you won't be able to get the bottom. So if you can demonstrate to them that the best way to hit the ball is come as flat as possible, or in fact, a little down would be also preferred. So if you can hit it flat or coming down a little bit, you will be able to catch the ball at the bottom. So if you can give them this kind of a visual, they will understand that, oh, we don't need to hit the ball upwards. And you can also tell them a little bit about the shaft lean, that the design of the club is such that there is a shaft lean, which tells you that your hands need to be coming before the club head does. So those are the a couple of things that you can tell your students, but I'm sure everybody's innovative enough. But as long as you demonstrate to them this principle, especially to a beginner, which will understand. But a lot of people also are casting, so they, even when they become decently good golfers, they're still casting. So giving them that feeling of hitting down would be to explain how the how the club works and how the club is designed. Anyway, going back to dynamic loft, I think that's what we are talking about. One is the static loft and one is the dynamic loft. Is what loft is being presented to the ball. So the loft being presented to the ball could be with a bigger shaft lean than what is designed. So one is designed at a neutral shaft lean. Is somebody saying some? Can we mute? I think there are a couple of voices over. Okay. All right. Now I think that's much better. Okay. And when you come to the ball with a bigger shaft lean, that would reduce the dynamic loft. If we are coming at a steeper angle, angle of approach would reduce the dynamic loft, and vice versa. If we come with a shaft lean which is towards the back, we will present a bigger loft, and if we are coming shallower, we present a bigger loft. So that's what we are interested is what loft is being presented at the ball. That is what we are interested in. So dynamic loft is something which we are interested in, and otherwise it doesn't really matter what loft of the club, right?
So Amandeep, now that we're talking about dynamic loft, so people, even coaches, get confused between dynamic loft and spin loft. So That's the reason why I said that let's explain dynamic loft, and then we can quickly say this is the dynamic loft and this is what the spin loft is. So I think that will clarify a lot of people's misconceptions. And then once we finish that video, we will open up to questions, but I'm sure a lot of people will have questions.
Yes, of course. So, okay, now that we have the dynamic loft, we've understood what the dynamic loft is. So when we talk about this club in the D plane, when we talk about this shaft or this line on the D plane, we are talking about the dynamic loft. We are not talking about the static loft. We are talking about the dynamic loft. So the number or whatever this angle is what loft was presented at the time of impact or just before impact. I don't know. I mean, it's 0.01 or whatever. I don't know how it works, but it's about that. So at impact. So let's take for any practical purposes at impact. So that's your loft. So the angle that is being made with the horizontal is your dynamic loft. And the angle that is being made between, so this is your path. So this could be your angle of attack, which is divided into two, vertical, going down or flat or up, and it's going left or right or straight. So every line has two components. One is, like I keep saying, 3-dimension. It's going down, flat or up, and left or right or straight. So the angle formed between these two lines is the spin loft. So they say that, okay, how do I generate? A lot of people have a question of how do I generate spin on the ball? Now, the most important part, the three factors involved in the spin is obviously speed, friction, and the spin loft. So if the spin loft is increased, if the speed is the same, spin loft is increased to a certain amount. I think it's about 80 degrees, if I'm not mistaken, Indrajit, about 80 or so, something like that, 75 or 80, after which the spin loft doesn't increase. So the angle between these two will be the spin loft. So the more you increase this angle, the more the spin. So that is why a wedge spins at about 10,000 RPM and a 6-iron spins at about 6,000 RPM for a professional golfer. But that also is because a professional golfer is swinging the driver at about 118 miles. So it doesn't mean that a 6-iron of an old person or a senior golfer who swings at 90 miles an hour or a 70 miles an hour lady can get the same spin rate. But I'm just talking about a thumb rule of professionals. They spin around that. So 6,000 for a 6-iron, 7,000 for a 7-iron, and so on and so forth. So the spin loft is going to ensure that the ball spins more or less. The second thing that he's talking about is how do we increase? So a lot of people have this question about increasing the spin. They say, okay, hit down on the ball and you'll increase spin. But that's the furthest from the truth. This myth has to be busted amongst all, because the moment you hit down, your
dynamic loft.
Yeah, dynamic loft reduces. So the spin loft is staying the same. So to increase the spin, you have to ensure either not hit down and then increase the dynamic loft. So it's a very catch-22 situation of finding or increasing spin, using spin loft and all of that.
So Amadip, just to add to this, most people, most club golfers say, oh, to put more spin, I have to come steeper into the ball, like Amandeep said. So when you're coming steeper into the ball, you are actually proportionately reducing the dynamic loft. So if I'm coming, say, 7 degrees steep, my 60-degree wedge becomes a 53-degree dynamic loft club. So how do we increase the spin? So the whole idea is that coming steeper and still maintaining the dynamic loft. So when you're coming steeper, still maintaining that open club face. Now that we're talking about also spin, we have, golfers who hitting the driver 150 yards and he says, I want to put more spin on the ball. Now, club head speed, like Amandeep said, club head speed is a huge factor in putting spin on the ball. So the longer hitters, the guys who hit it really far, they can generate a lot more spin because the RPM is much higher. But somebody who's hitting the driver 150 yards and is wedge 60 yards or 70 yards cannot generate that much of RPM for the ball to spin. So even if the spin loft is higher, it's not really going to, the golf ball is not going to spin. So when we are talking to golfers, other than, of course, this, there are other factors. High handicappers who are playing golf balls, which are like very hard distance balls, those don't spin as much. If you're going to be playing clubs where the grooves are worn out, that's not going to spin much. You're playing clubs where, the wedges which are made of very hard metal, that's not going to spin much. You're playing on golf courses where the greens are very sandy and the ball skids, or the soil is very compacted, the green is very compacted, there the ball's not going to spin much. Also on the lies, what kind of lies you get. So these are factors that also one has to consider. So, you may be playing on some golf courses where the ball doesn't really spin as much. And then you'll play on golf courses where the ball spins a lot because of how tight the grass is on the greens. So when we are talking about spin and a student comes and says, oh, I want to spin the ball, they need to understand all the factors that are there. So the best one can do is, hit the ball higher. So the higher the ball goes, the softer it's going to land. The more vertically it's going to land. And the more vertically it lands, the lesser it's going to roll forward. So it's not really only about the spin. So what happens how does the ball spin back? So the ball is flying, it hits the ground. Okay, it's spinning. So when it hits the ground, it's still spinning backwards. It hops up. It kills the forward momentum, but the ball is still spinning. Then in the second hop or the third hop, the ball jizzes back because the forward momentum is reduced, but the spin is still there. So the second bounce, when the forward momentum is lesser and the spin is still there, the ball spins back. But if the forward momentum, if the ball is landing at a very low angle, then the forward momentum is still high and the spin cannot overrule that and come back. So the ball will at best stop after a few hops. So it also depends on the green conditions. So we have to really understand why the ball is spinning. There are some golf courses like, I'll tell you about my home course, Tollygunge Club. The ball doesn't really spin back at all. So the greens are not built that way. So I think that we will obviously, I know there'll be a lot of questions, so we will open up to questions. But let's finish this because this part of the video is quite interesting because it will also show us deep plane in relation to swing direction and how one swing is going to make you look like you're going both into out to in square in. Okay, Angelina, you can start.
He is looking like he's cutting across the ball. I think any golfer would look at that video and say he's cutting across it, and so would any teacher. However, we can't make that assumption. The same swing, the same video is showing with TrackMan numbers, his plane's base is 5.3 degrees left. So his plane is actually swinging to the left. However, his angle of attack is 7.5 degrees down. So the path that the golf club is taking at impact is actually one-tenth of a degree in not out. And in this case, his club face was very square at impact and the ball went dead straight. So what we see on video is plane, the swing plane, and not necessarily the path. So the way we really look at swing plane is I use this hula hoop that has a base to it. It's got the circular motion of the club, and the base of the hula hoop is like the base of the plane. And we confuse, I think, plane direction with path direction. So for instance, if the plane direction is at the hole, the base of the plane goes at the hole, we don't see any circle here. If the plane is to the right, we see a circle on video, and if the plane is to the left, we're seeing a circle in video, and if it's right at the hole, we see nothing. So that's the plane of the club. But the question is, what is the actual motion of the club, or the path, doing at impact? And the first thing we need to understand is that the path of the golf club is ever changing on the inclined plane. So here's an angled plane. We have a plane board here that's in yellow. The target line also is in a little bit darker yellow. And you can see the base of the inclined plane is straight down the target line. So as the club approaches the golf ball, or wherever the golf ball is hit, we have the club head here that has this stick sticking out of the face, and that's not necessarily pointing where the face is pointing, but that's pointing the direction of the motion of the club head. So at this very moment, the club head's 12 degrees inside out. As we're coming down the inclined plane, that's 8 degrees inside out. And as we get closer and closer to low point, you can see that that path is getting closer and closer to the target line, and that the only time that the path is going down to target line is when the club is at the bottom of its arc. After the club reaches the bottom of its arc and starts on its way up, now the path of the club starts going more and more left of the target line. So, if we're going to hit a straight golf shot with a zero angle of attack, we can use this model. However, when we hit an iron, we want to hit down on it, and this won't work. So how do we do that? As what Rob did on video, now here's the inclined plane, and the base of the inclined plane you can see is aimed to the left of the target, and the target line being straight ahead.
Okay. So here what we can see is that with the same swing, you could have an in square in at 0, but when you're hitting down, at that point, the swing is in to out, and if you're hitting up, then the swing is out to in. So just for an example, on a practical example, what I'd like to give you is, I'll give you my example. When I used to hit wedges putting it behind my stance, putting it right on the right foot and trying to hit a knockdown wedge, I would always end up right. And automatically, subconsciously, what we do is, the moment we put the ball position back, we start aiming left without really knowing why we are aiming left. Now, the main reason why we are aiming left is because I'm hitting it so far down, maybe 7-8 degrees down, that my ball is going to start straight right, because at that point, my swing is moving in to out. So the only way to correct that shot now is for me to change my entire setup left, so that when I'm making contact with the ball, even though it's 7-8 degrees right, the swing direction is towards the target. And that also explains that when we tee it up with a driver really, really high and put the ball forward in our stance, we end up more often than not left of the target, because we are catching it so far inside, coming from out to in, that the club face is aiming maybe 5 degrees, 6 degrees, 7 degrees left. And the swing is the same. So when we put the ball way forward in our stance with a really high tee, we actually subconsciously, a better player will subconsciously aim a little right. Okay, so I think let's open up to some questions, because we've spoken a lot, and we'll try and give you some answers. Anyone has any questions? I think some hands are up.
Rahul Bajaj.
Okay, yeah, we'll take all. Venkat is there, Farid is there, and Rahul is there.
Rahul, go ahead.
Morning, gents. My question is, when you're giving a lesson and you don't have any of these technology things with you, so you're looking at a video, where do you actually start looking at the shaft plane to determine the club path, are you looking at it from about a 3 o'clock level on its way down, or would you be looking at it all the way down into the downswing?
So one, Rahul, the first is to, if you're talking about looking at the video, right?
Yeah, just looking at the video, there is no technology available, so I want to decipher something. Should I
So
look only closer to the ground level where the club is coming in, or should I start looking at it from the top of the backswing to on its way down?
I think somewhere, halfway down when you're coming into the ball, because that really gives you that angle. But just to take one step back, the key lies more in, recording the video correctly,
Yeah,
because that's a bit tricky, because one is, we have to make sure that we are standing in the correct place between the ball and the feet. Two is we have to also make sure that we are absolutely directly behind his target line, because
right,
I think even 6 inches right or left will give you a of different view of what he's actually doing. That is
right,
the biggest challenge. I think once you do that, anyone who has a little bit of an eye, I think, will be able to make out that whether he's coming in or not. But I think more than seeing exactly from where, it's more about shooting it correct. That is the, I think, for me, a bigger challenge. That's why I very rarely I can count on when my students send me videos, because most of the times the caddy is shooting that video not from the correct angle. But yeah, on the way down, I think anywhere where the club has reached parallel to the ground, to impact is somewhere where I would like to see. Also, just past impact also give me a good idea. Just
right.
past impact, if the club is moving a little out or a little in, will
Yeah,
give me that indicator whether it's moving. Otherwise, it's a bit tricky. But now what has really helped over the last few years is most of the middle to higher end phones have a very good slow motion camera, so that helps a bit.
right,
Yeah, the
right.
quality of the camera also, I think the quality of the
Yeah.
camera plays a big role. But Rahul, I actually wanted to find out what in what respect were you talking about? So you don't have technology. What are you trying to fix the student for a swing direction, or are you trying to fix him for that he needs to stand? You need to explain to him he needs to stand with the swing direction more going left for irons and right for driver, or is he
I mean,
drawing
a
with
lot
his
of times,
irons and
the
fading with his?
students that we guys have, they don't even understand what path is, right? So it's only us looking at these things and figuring out which is the remedy that we should give them. Because honestly, 90% of the guys you talk about path and all, they won't even get it,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree
Yeah.
with you. To be
So
able to
as a coach, if
explain,
I'm looking at the shaft plane coming in, right, uh, I'm just asking because a lot of times guys start looking at the club from on top, how it starts on its way down. And then see TrackMan and most of these devices actually start reading the club from waist level to waist level, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at it as a coach, and I remember one odd time that Jesse sir said that it's that last bit that I'm more concerned about. But I guess that's more towards the elite level, right? Because in the amateur level, there could be many other things that are going off. Like I see funky stuff happening. One guy starts off really steep from the top of the backswing, but after that shoves it with his wrist back of his body with their club shaft, right? So they just don't make any sense. They just function on such a different plane. One starts like that and just goes all the way back there. So
but
that's what
that's
should I be
normal.
really
That's
concerned
normal
about?
with
Should I be concerned
people who
about the
have.
start? Because the start he was steep, but into the ball he was really shallow.
Yeah, because those are the people, Rahul, and as we talk about it, those are the people who have physical disabilities and they understand that they've come too steep. So it's impossible for them to shallow out right from the beginning, maybe because
Yeah,
physical disability or something like that. And then they are using their forearm and hands. So the hands start to point up, and that's where they're
yeah,
killed. So their
yeah.
hands start to point up, and now they can't square the club face,
Oh,
and then they use either the hands to square out, or they use their shoulder or body to square out. So, I mean, those are difficult things, but yeah, let's stick to just the.
Would you mainly pay attention to which part, the start down or the waist to waist level?
I would as closer to the impact as possible. I think there are those P1, P2 positions. I'm sorry, I'm not too aware of those
That's
positions.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I get the P1, P2, but I prefer the clock system. So
thought,
the club is back down on the shaft, and the club are back down at 9 o'clock position.
Yes,
that's
yes.
where you're going to start looking at it from.
I would first look at what the ball is doing, and then start adding up.
Right.
So Rahul, I understand your question. I think it's more like waist to waist. Closer waist to waist is what gives us on a video. I've noticed that because I've used a lot more videos. We are using a lot more of a launch monitor now. But you know what I don't like about the launch monitor now is that once I start seeing that the launch monitor, there are like 10 shots when I end up not looking at the golfer, I'm just looking at the launch monitor doing the numbers, and that's not the way I personally am. So it also depends on teachers. Someone who's a little bit more on the field side, or someone who's more into the technical part. That's why I think for a teacher, it's very important to be balanced. Use technology where it's needed, but not get too carried away with it. That's a tough one, but I have seen how addictive technology is, because once I start looking, with the FlightScope Mevo Plus that we use, it's got that the path option, which is really good, and you start seeing the path exactly 6 in, 7 out, or whatever numbers, and then you just keep looking at the numbers and you forget to see your player, and that's not a good thing. Okay, Venkat. Venkat, are you there?
You can unmute yourself. Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. My first, understanding that I wanted to have is, does the quality of ball influences the spin more, or the quality of the club? Because what I understand during the last year session, or maybe prior to that, there was a session on this wedges and spin by Shenor, where he mentioned that if the ball is new and if the club is slightly used and the grooves are worn out, you will have a better spin rate. And if the club is new and the ball is old, so it basically equates it. The reason why I'm asking this is, from all practical purposes, we see a lot of players wanting to change their wedges too frequently, and we don't see that they are using good balls. So just wanted to get that validation once more on this.
The PGA Tour, like guys like Tiger and all, use a new wedge every week, right? So they change their wedges every week. So every tournament they got a new wedge. The grooves plays a very important role. That's the reason why you have such strict rules on the grooves. You can't work on your grooves beyond a point. Even when the club's grooves are worn out and you redo the grooves, you end up making them too thicker or too deeper, which again doesn't confirm. So the grooves play a big role, but of course the golf ball also does. So it more than the new or old golf ball, I think it's the construction of the ball. So if you're playing a golf ball which has a more proactive, softer cover, they've started now calling saying that this cover is intelligent. So at a lower club head speed, at a lower launch angle, the spin is lesser, and at a higher spin rate, the ball spins more. So it kind of behaves in two different ways. But
I think Roger, what everybody and all teachers need to understand, the factors that affect spin. When you understand that, then all these questions have their answers. Friction. What we are talking about, what you are talking about, is friction. Friction is spin, right? So when Indrajit says, when you say old ball, friction. When you say new wedges, there is milling on the wedge. If you see a brand new wedge, those are milled. But if we can't be Tiger Woods, we can't be changing every week. So sometimes you don't want to clean your wedge when you want to spin the ball a little more. But what are we trying to do? We're trying to increase friction. We want to make sure it's dry because water is reducing friction. We want to make sure there's no grass coming in between the ball. So friction is spin, directly proportional to spin. And that's what we need to understand. And then your answers become very clear. That what are the factors? Spin loft, speed, spin. Simple. And when you have that concept in your head, then all these questions become easy to answer, even if the student throws questions at you which probably you don't know, or maybe you got to think about it. So get your fundamentals right. What is affecting spin is friction, speed, and spin loft. Go ahead, Indrajit. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's also one reason why you find wedges are raw steel and not chromed, because they want to give you the maximum spin. And I mean, if you look at rust, you can't rust your wedges every day, but if the face is rusty, it's got more friction, and that's what creates more spin. So they basically give you every possible advantage of trying to get more spin, and that's the main reason why wedges are raw. So the two reasons why wedges are kept raw, one is because then they're dull, and then you have some wedges which are black in color, is because the wedge also reflects in your face. So on a sunny day, you will see sometimes when you sit standing with your wedge, the sun reflects. So this is one more reason why the wedges are kept a little dull. And also for the spin factor. I'm not too sure how much the rust, for me it works a lot because I play once in 3 months, so the clubs are really nicely rusted. But otherwise, I think if you're playing every day, that rust factor doesn't really come in. Okay,
Let's take a few questions on spin and spin loft, and the topic that we've talked about.
Yeah. So
I just have one little thing to be clarified. See, when we want to add loft, say a player has addressed the golf ball and he realizes that, okay, I'm playing a wedge, but I need to add more loft. So he tries to open the club face. Now, when he opened the club face, I think it's very important that we need to get that player re-gripping the club again, because otherwise it has an impact on the grip being more stronger. So what's your view on this?
Okay, I'm going to take this very clearly. This is something which is, I know that this bothers a lot of people. See, as teachers, you need to understand open, square, close, add loft, de-loft. Have you understood? So if you are opening, just opening without adding loft. So when you guys say open, please be sure when you're making statements like this that you're not talking, because the open is going to ensure that the ball starts to aim right. I'm sorry, the club face starts to aim right. So open, square, close, add loft, de-loft. So what happens when wedges, you need to, if you're aiming right or opening the club face, you need to start aiming a little more left to counter that. But also it depends on how much of angle of attack you're giving, because that also affects which way the ball is going to start. So you need to make a combination. So you need to make the student understand the variables he's bringing in and what is the outcome of each variable he's adding to it. If he's opening, he needs to change his swing direction, right? Because otherwise it doesn't. And then, there's aim. And then if he's hitting down on the ball, hitting up on the ball, or hitting flat, he needs to understand. So each variable is going to affect the way the ball takes off and direction of the ball. So this is what you need to make the student understand. Make sense? Go ahead, Indrajit, if you want to answer.
No, that's it. So also, when you're talking about opening, I think just to clarify a little more, when you're talking about opening a club face or shutting the club face, you don't do it by doing this or that, right? So when you you want to open a club, open or shut a club face, you set the club head and then take the grip. So the grip remains the same. You don't turn your hands to open the club, or you don't shut the face this way. You open the club and then regrip it. You close the club, then you regrip it. You don't really turn your hands to open or close, right? Venkat, anything else?
Let's take some questions about
That's it. Thank you.
plane,
Okay,
spin
Farid.
and spin loft, things like that. What we were talked about. If anybody has questions on those.
Okay, I think Farid had a question and Fardeen has a question, and then Colonel Mazumdar had a question. Rahul also wanted one. So we'll go Farid, Fardeen. First, we'll go Farid. Okay, Fardeen. Go ahead, Fardeen.
Am I clear, sir? Am I clear, sir?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, first of all, good morning, English sir and Amandeep sir. Thank you for giving me a chance to ask a question. So I'm basically starting with the example, like we have a pitching wedge like 44 degree and angle of attack of 4 degree. So the dynamic loft becomes 40 degree and the spin loft becomes 44 degree. So the static loft is still 44 degree. Is the spin loft would always be similar to the static loft?
Not necessarily. But see, I mean, the difference, what your static loft is, will be. I mean, the change will not never be that much. You can't really make a 60-degree wedge into a 44 degree, right? So there will obviously the spin loft, the dynamic loft will be closer to the static loft, and the spin loft will be closer to the dynamic loft, right? So let's look at it that way. But the difference will never be that big, because it's what is the maximum you'll come steep into the ball? 8 degrees, 10 degrees, right? So you can't come 18 degrees steep into the ball.
Definitely.
So then the difference will never be that much. So static loft to dynamic loft to spin loft will not vary beyond, at worst, I mean, I can't put a number to it, but 7-8 degrees or maybe 10 degrees at a very big, but I don't think it's going to be that drastic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, Farid, and then I think Chimi wanted to add something also. Yeah, Farid, go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, for the question is for that the lower spin rate, lower flight trajectory spin rate from around the green. Few of my students actually wants to improve this kind of low trajectory, greater back spin to stop their ball early near close to the hole. And I use, as I learned from the NGAI education system, the spin loft, higher speed, friction, and path slightly outwing. And the result is coming very well also. And sometimes they are actually gone out, getting the ball trajectory higher. So can you put some light on it, sir?
Amandeep, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, but I didn't get what you was.
Even I didn't understand.
Could you explain again? Sorry.
Yes, yes, sir. So the maximum of our youngster golfers, they want to play low backspin for their ball to land the ball on the green early and stop early near close to the hole. Lower trajectory backspin. And for that, as I learned from the NGA manual and from the teachers like all of you, Indrajit Velotia sir is my golf guru, Jessica Hall sir, you are also. So I learned that higher lofted club for the higher spin loft, higher club speed, friction, and path slightly out to in to get the low trajectory backspin. And actually, I'm finding that also with slightly steep and downward steep angle of attack. And my students are also getting happy with that. Often they
Okay,
lost.
I understood your question. I will just answer it.
Yeah. It's where he wants to hit the ball. How you want the ball to come out is where you hit the ball on the club.
No, not only that, Farid, so what happens is, Farid, what happens is, Farid,
The
what
lower,
happens?
the lower part of the groups to get maximum friction with the groups.
No, Farid, your question is a short shot, right? So when you're hitting a short shot, one is the club head speed is lesser. Two is when you come steep into the ball, the initial launch angle is lower, right? So a full shot coming steep, let's say X angle when the club is coming into the ball. On a longer shot, the ball will have more spin and climb up. But on a shorter shot, the initial ball flight will be lower. And that is the reason why the ball is starting out lower and it will have spin, but it will not climb up because the backspin will make the ball climb up. So that climbing doesn't happen. When you come steep into the ball, then the initial launch angle is lower. So for your chip shots that you're talking about, that's the reason why it's starting out lower and spinning more. Okay.
I want to bring guys like Sujan and all because they teach higher end golfers. How do they work with their golfers on swing direction and?
Okay, before we go to Colonel Mazumdar, I think Chimi wanted to say something. Chimi.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that hand. Go ahead. Chimi, you can unmute yourself. Okay, not.
Angelina, can you check?
Yes, sir, I've unmuted him, but
Yeah. Now. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jimmy. Yes, sir.
Namaskar, Guruji. Namaskar. Morning. So I was just listening to a few things. I've been working with launch monitors the last 22, 23 years. So I might have something to add. One I was listening was, as I've seen mostly when you hit down on the ball, especially with drivers, you actually increase spin.
Can you meet everybody else? There's somebody else who's over talking. Angelina, you can mute yourself. Okay. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah. So my experience working with launch monitors 20 plus years. Now, almost 99% of the times when you hit down with a driver, mostly people, what they do is most of the golfers, they tee up slightly behind in a driver. And I've seen and I've compared when you tee up the ball a little ahead and hit up on the ball, you decrease spin. And if you hit down on the ball, that's almost 99.9% of the times. So there is what I wanted to add. When you hit down, if you want to increase spin with a driver, just hit down on it, and that'll increase spin.
Absolutely, I think that's without a doubt.
Yeah, and I've been fitting clubs for a long time. Also, the easiest I've found when I see somebody hitting down with a driver, I get him to hit up, let's say about 4-5 degrees up. Instantly, you increase distance at least about 15 to 20 yards. That's what I wanted to add in the spin aspect. And also, I was hearing that grooves and non-grooves. So there is a research which was done by Alistair Cochrane on grooves. He did a research on he did 7 irons without groove and with grooves, and the spin was the same. The grooves come into effect basically when you're hitting half shots and when you have grass between the ball and the club head. That's when you need the grooves more. But otherwise, you hit off the mat or a clean lie on the fairway, 7 iron, 8 iron, 5 iron, 4 iron. The shot with the groove and without grooves is the same. The spin rate is exactly the same. Sometimes without the grooves is even more.
Sure.
It's an old book. He's written it about 30 years back. Yeah, yeah.
So okay. So Chimmy said a very important thing, but it's also to do Chimmy, it's also to do with the design of the driver. When you are because of the way the design of the driver is to give you a gear effect, and I don't know. We will talk about the gear effect when
All the drivers, they have bulge and roll,
yes,
right? Both ways. Yeah.
So the driver is designed in a certain way that it's got a curve. So if you are,
Yeah.
if the ball hits on top, you get a gear effect for
Yes.
the to reduce spin. And when you hit the bottom of the club, this is exactly what I was telling. Even with the wedges, where you hit the ball, obviously with the wedges, there's no gear effect, but obviously a little bit is there because you're hitting off center of gravity. So which ensures that the ball is not taking off higher, it's taking off lower. So those low spinning wedges are done by good players who like the ball to go lower and spinning and all of that. But with the driver especially, when you hit the lower part of the driver, the ball will start off lower and give you higher spin.
Yes.
That the ball can at least go up in the air. So that's what the driver design is normally. It's curved like this and it's curved like that. So if you see
Yeah,
a
on
good
the
driver,
top it has more loft. In the bottom it has less loft. Yeah.
so it's curved this way, and also in the face it's curved out and out both sides, so that if you have a heel hit, it will start
Yes.
left and curve it back in, and if you
That's called gear effect. Yeah.
that's the gear effect situation, which we can talk about. I don't know if we are going to finish that video because this topic can go on and on and on. But I'd like to hear, I think Chirag has used launch monitors a lot. Chirag, Sujan, you worked with a lot of players. So your insight on...
We have a couple of questions before we go to them. I think a couple of hands are raised. So before we go to Chirag, I think we just finish up with Bashir and Colonel Mazumdar.
So,
Thanks, Chimmy.
Thank you.
Bashir, go ahead.
Bashir, go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
First of all,
Bashir,
sir,
were you
heartiest
sleeping or
congratulations,
what?
Surajit, sir, for your book. Heartiest congratulations, sir, for your book, Champ for Champ. I'm so
Thanks.
sorry, I'm fully covered. I'm not used to this cold. I'm from I'm a guy from Irani chai and dum ki biryani, but I end up here in Delhi, so it's very cold for me. I'm fully covered. So now, sorry, I'm going a little off as we are talking about the spin with wedges and all. And my dear friend from Bangladesh, when he was asking a question, as we can see, Chimi sir entered, and he explained about the nowadays. All I'm trying to say nowadays the technology have blown up so advanced, where half of the job is doing by the equipments. So as I shared my experience in my last course also a few years ago when I was doing my club fitting course with Performance Gear Fitting Center in Bangkok. So I met a very good player called Virat Chand. So in our last NGAI camp, I discussed this thing and I've shared this thing with Gaurav sir also as well. So he was going for the PGA Senior Tour qualifying, and he himself and his team did a small research on the conditions over there, and so basically he's there to just adjust his club driver and irons and all that, where he don't want to lob the ball so high up in the air so that ball won't go, air won't catch his ball. He wants to play low ball trajectory. For that, he have decided, he and his team, that they're not going to work anywhere on the ball position or anything on the swing part. They just want to make the equipment in such a way where they can play in that condition. So this is how the equipment and club fitting is helping.
Yeah, so I think Amandeep and me both have played with Virajat enough on the Asian Tour. And
I'm going to be very quiet on that issue.
His hands were like
of his wedges spinning
5 inches behind at address. He definitely needs less loft on his clubs for him to hit the ball.
If you're
Sir,
talking
I've gone
if you're
I've gone
talking
shots
about
after seeing his
Virachand,
driver. He set his
sorry,
driver to 6 degrees. I said, I have seen the match driver, it's 8.5. I haven't seen a driver
Yeah.
of 6 degrees.
Amandeep will tell you because we both played with him, and
see,
he had very unconventional.
and I'm just going to stay with the topic of dynamic loft. So Virachand was holding the club with his shaft lean going backwards when he was playing his wedges, but that doesn't tell us what the dynamic loft was at impact. So you have to understand. So when you're now in the days of launch monitor, we need to understand what is the dynamic loft. So we just felt, oh, he's holding the club with the shaft lean, negative shaft lean, and he's still coming out with these low spinning wedges. So we didn't know what was the dynamic loft at impact. So we need to now, with launch monitors, we probably now understand how he was doing that. He was hitting at the bottom of the wedge to ensure that the ball was coming out lower. Thamanam Srirot was another guy who used to do that, but that's now we understand how it works. And going back to you, I think he de-lofts his clubs because when he's presenting the club, it is he's presenting the club with a higher dynamic loft. So what the static loft of a club, Jeev does that too. He de-lofts his clubs because at impact he's presenting the club with a release of his hand. So the effective dynamic loft is the same. You have to look at how the player is launching the ball. It doesn't matter. So club fitting that's why it's an art. We need to understand, and the launch monitors have helped club fitting a lot. So de-lofting the clubs only for the sake, because we want to launch the ball at a certain height. And especially if they do these kind of changes when they're playing windy courses, so they want an extra de-lofting. But that matching has to happen so that the amount of spin rate reduces, adds, all those kind of factors come in when you're fitting the clubs. So, but that's the concept. We are basically looking at the dynamic loft of what we want. And sometimes you want a higher dynamic loft with the same golf swing, so you just change the clubs. And then sometimes you want a lower dynamic loft without changing your swing, rather than changing the ball position. So you fix your clubs. So
there's a small thing after this. I'll just take off. So right after that, I met Chimmy sir, Sandeep Verma Bhaiya in DLF. We were doing some trackman courses. Bhaiya also was there. I've shared my experience with him, and he also put on lights on that. He said, yes, right now the technology had gone up so high. The clubs can basically, I mean to say, the clubs equipment, playing the right clubs, it's like 50% of your game, 50% of the swing.
okay.
So from that time onwards, I am fully focusing on the clubs. Whoever student comes to me, he or she, they should have a right club which is suiting to them. That's how I'm going about it, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for having me there. Thank you.
Let's try and stick to the questions relating to the subject that we talked about, guys. Because everybody wants to know much more about D-plane, spin loft, plane, which way the ball's taking, those kind of things, swing plane and other that. That's my request. I know everybody has, their own thought process and going, but let's try and stick so that we can understand why. The purpose of questions is to make sure that the topic that we are discussing is clearly understood by everybody. That's why the questions. Of course, questions are always open and happy to take any kind of questions, but because we tend to kind of veer away from what topic we are discussing currently. Yeah, go ahead. Who's going to ask? Colonel Majumdar.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Morning.
With the permission of Amandeep, sir, I want to add a little bit about the vector plane. So, vector diagram, what you have touched upon, the starting itself, sir.
Okay.
So these I have seen, sir. Our elementary science has to be incorporated in our junior categories like D, C categories. So they understand this. What is sir? You have touched vector diagram. I'm so happy to see.
I agree with you.
So I want to add a little bit about that diagram, if you permit me, sir.
Sure. Please go ahead.
Sir, this is the two force. So for this, we have to understand some elementary science, some terminology like first it starts with energy, then force, then work. What we are doing shifting a ball from the ground to the target. So that is the work done. But how this has started? First, we create energy, that which our D category people will be telling loading, that you coil your body and you lift your club upwards. So due to inertia, club goes up. We are not lifting, it is going because that jula works on its own due to these forces. So you're loading two energy on the club head, that is the potential energy loaded, and your body, that biomechanics you will talk later on. So their body is stored, again another potential energy, and then when you uncoil, these two energy gets converted into kinetic energy, and that energy creates force. That force is centrifugal force, what we would talk, and then that force is being generated onto the ball, and then ball is being shifted from, that is the work done. These are the three elementary science. Now, this vector diagram, it is being taught in our class 11, 12, elementary science. There are two forces working here in this. One is vertical force, that is natural. That is due to the nature that Newton had invented this way. That example everybody knows, that apple, why it is dropping straight onto the ground. So that is because of gravitational acceleration. That is called G, 9.81 meter per second square. So that G is one force because our hands and club head is naturally dropping. And then when we uncoil our body, it creates a horizontal pull. That is called pulling force. Golf is being played with the pulling force only. So these two forces are working with each other, and the resultant force of this is the diagonal of these two forces. That is being imparted at impact onto the ball. So these we have to understand, that what are the two forces, pulling force and gravitational force, and then the diagonal. I made a small picture here, if it is being visible. Yes. Sir, am I correct? Whatever I'm telling to you, sir?
Yes. Yes, of course.
So these
lots of bits, bits you are correct, but yeah.
Sir, my request is that these elementary science has to be, let it be a guest lecture also, to be incorporated in our lower level. I'm sure here everybody knows this, in this forum they understand. So yes, sir?
Absolutely agree with you. I agree with you.
Because they have to understand these terminologies: force, work, inertia, momentum, acceleration. You are using all these terminologies in your classes. So if the receivers who are sitting there, if they don't understand these, then no point, sir. When I have attended many classes, I've seen our our colleagues are sitting, but they're not understanding those graphs. They're coming, TPI courses, very 2-3 scientists are coming, doctors are coming and teaching, and they are showing the graphs. So if they don't understand what are the graphs, there's no point. So this is my humble request. You incorporate all these.
Yes, I think we should. Then I don't know how much we can, but to explain
as a guest lecture also, elementary science.
But let me tell you, Majumdar, it's explaining forces. I'm a physics student and a math student.
Yeah, yes.
Explaining forces can be done. That's exactly why I keep saying that you please ask questions, but ask questions which are relevant to what we are doing. So if
Yeah,
somebody doesn't understand acceleration, force, vector, I'm willing to make them understand. I try to make them understand what is 3 dimension. That's, I'm trying my level best to make sure that they understand. And if somebody doesn't understand, I'm willing to explain again and again. But like I said, I'll want everybody to stay with the subject of what we are talking.
That's why
Topic
after
that we are
vector
talking.
diagram,
No,
about
you're fine. You're absolutely fine. I mean, you said that each force
about the club face.
Every force has got two vectors. We understand that.
Yeah. And
that's
about the club face, the club face technology you're describing, that it has again 3-dimensional things like loft, then offset, and then lie angle. These are the 3-dimensional things on the club face technology. It has been made.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're just falling back.
Yeah, I know.
A little bit. So can we just go to gear effect? Angelina, can you just play the video? So we just play a quick video on the gear effect and then we can discuss it a little bit. Okay.
Hi everybody, Andrew Rice here. This video has been a long time coming, something I've wanted to share concerning gear effect. It's taken me quite a substantial amount of time to get a fairly good grasp on gear effect. I'm sure I don't get it all, but I did want to show and illustrate today the difference between the role that gear effect plays and why it actually functions differently for larger headed clubs versus irons. I like to think of it as head cover clubs versus irons. Anytime you've got to take that head cover off of a club to hit a shot, the quality of the strike becomes significantly more important, primarily because the center of gravity of these larger headed clubs, and this is a 2-dimensional illustration. Let's keep in mind that gear effect certainly works in 3 dimensions, but I do feel like this example will help your understanding as to why it is so important to key in on the strike with the larger headed club. So here I've got a cutout of a driver head. The tack indicates the center of gravity, and what you'll notice is that anytime we have a collision with this object, wherever it might be, this object is going to rotate around its center of gravity. I've got some curvature cut into the face here, indicating some bulge and roll, which manufacturers will put into larger headed clubs. I will explain that shortly. But firstly, let's just understand this. Why do we see more, let's talk about a toe hit to start with. Why do we see more gear effect, for example, more curvature due to a toe-sided hit with the driver than an iron? Center of gravity set back from the face. If we have a collision, and you can tell this line here extends onto the club head. If we have a collision where the club strikes the ball out towards the toe, that causes the head to rotate open. And as you can tell, this portion of the club head actually travels in that direction there. So anytime we get the strike point traveling outward, the ball will tend to curve the opposite direction. And that's why this may sound very strange, why an opening club face on a toe-sided strike will very often cause the ball to draw more or fade less, because that portion of the club is actually traveling outward. Same goes in reverse. For a heel-sided strike, you'll see the line there. The collision occurs way in the heel. That closes the face travels in that direction. That will lead to more of a fade bias and less draw curvature. Okay, now just touching on this, why do we have curvature on the club face? A lot of people believe that that curvature to the club face leads to gear effect. That is not the case. Curvature on the club face is there to make gear effect more of a positive. This portion of the face, if this is curved, this portion of the face, let's say, is completely square. If you strike the ball out towards the toe, due to the curvature, this portion of the face will project the ball more to the right. Well, we know now that larger headed clubs, you hit them out on the toe, we're going to get the toe traveling this direction, that'll curve the ball in the opposite direction. Anytime we can get the ball to be projected further to the right, for this example you're looking at, it'll get the ball to curve back to the target. Launch it more to the right and curve it back to the target. And that's a big part of one of the many factors that lead to the difference between drivers and iron. Iron cut out.
Right. So just for the illustration, we played this video, and that's like Chimmy mentioned, and the drivers have a roll and a bulge. What it does is basically it magnifies the gear effect. Now, when a ball hits, say, the toe, and the club
think, Indrajit, first you need to explain a little bit about what is gear effect.
So you start, Amandeep. You start. I'll come in. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I want to go a little one step earlier, like Colonel Majumdar said. Let's go to the basics before people understand. So I'm going to try and explain what is gear effect. Has anybody seen gears in a car? So we use gears in a car to either increase the speed or reduce. So if you've seen those things in the car or gears in a machine, you see that one of that thing is moving in this direction and the other one is moving in that direction. That's what we call gears. You see, you have those things which are the grooves on the gear. So this one is moving in the anti-clockwise and this is moving in the clockwise direction. So that is what is gear effect. Now, what is basically happening in a golf club or anything that we strike, you must have seen even in cricket, because now they have very slow motion videos, that if you have an off-center hit, a certain force is created, which is a gear effect. So because the ball comes and strikes a club, and if it doesn't strike the middle, this part goes in one direction and the other one goes in the other direction. So what is happening is, because this is a straight club face, where or the surface is straight, when it hits the side, because this being round, it gives a spin which is opposing to this side. So if this is going this way, the ball will start to spin if it's hitting this part. If it's hitting this part, this club will go this way and the ball will get a opposing spin, whether it's a golf club or a cricket. So as we are talking about, so what is happening in the driver, he's saying, is that the club face is curved to increase the gear effect, to increase it. The gear effect will be there. Anytime there's an off-center hit, the gear effect will come into play. But what we are basically trying to do is, because the loft is less and we don't want sprayed shots too much, the drivers are designed in a certain manner. A driver or anything which is, the driver, the 3-wood and the hybrid clubs are designed in such a way that they have a curvature on the top and the right. I think Indrajit has got a very nice
I'd gone into a toy shop to buy toys for my children a few years back.
Excellent.
And I found these magnets, which I got very excited about and bought them just to demonstrate the gear effect. So imagine this big round thing is the wood, the driver, and this is the golf ball. So if my ball hits the toe and the toe opens, you can see what's happening to the ball. The ball is going the other way around. So when I hit off the toe, when I hit off the toe is opening, but the golf ball is moving the other way around. And it's drawing back. Same way, if I hit the heel, the face is shutting, but the ball is moving the other way, because that's where the gear effect is taking place. And because of this curvature, imagine if the club face was lesser curved, then the gear effect would be lesser. That's why we don't put that on the irons, and we have it mainly in the driver, because that has the least loft and the dispersion is the most, like Amandeep just mentioned. So just imagine this, and the face opening and the ball moving the other way, or the face closing and the ball moving the other way. It took me a long time to actually understand gear effect till I saw these two little circles. So it was really funny when I got so excited, and my wife was wondering what's wrong with this guy. He's picking up a 2-year-old's toys. Amandeep, you want to just
yes,
elaborate?
exactly. So what basically is happening with the driver, guys, is why the curvatures. So when Shimi was saying that when you hit the lower part and when you hit the upper part, we'll come to that later. But first, let's talk only about dispersion. When we are having a curvature with the driver, what are they trying to do is increase the gear effect. So the ball, when it's hitting the side, it starts off more right and curves back. So you are getting to ensuring that the ball is staying more on the fairway, and that's why the driver design is in that manner.
There are a couple of questions. Let's take it. So we'll take questions only if it's on gear.
Want to finish the irons, Indrajit, and then take the questions.
Okay.
And let's finish the video because the irons, and then you'll be able to compare what happened with the driver and what happened with the iron. Go ahead.
Let's get the center of gravity in place. Right there, and as you can tell, we're going to rotate around that center of gravity. Now, I've got the same lines extending onto this iron illustration. You'll notice if we get a strike out towards the toe, the face twists open, and just to be clear, we will get quite significantly more twist on irons than we will on driver, simply due to club head design. More twist will not necessarily lead to greater gearing. You'll notice the line on the club head, as this face twists open, it might just barely sneak outside that line on the white sheet of board there, but not very much. Not very much. That's why we do have some gearing that occurs with irons, but not nearly as much as the larger headed clubs, because the center of gravity is closer to the club face, and thus when we have twisting around that point, there's very little lateral shift to the strike point. Okay, that's the difference between irons and drivers. Hopefully you have a better understanding. You will see more twist with irons, less twist with drivers, simply due to club head design. Bulge and roll is in place to make off-center hits work better for us, and hopefully understand COG location is very, very important when it comes to the amount of gearing we will see on off-center strikes. Hope this helps. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to share it. If you have any comments, leave them below.
Okay, Amandeep. You have to unmute.
Yeah, sorry. This is exactly what he's trying to explain, which is why the advent of the hybrid club, as opposed to one iron and two iron in the olden days. One was obviously loft, and second also to keep the ball more in play, because they started to use the gear effect, and they understood gear effect, and they started to use that gear effect to ensure that the ball stays more in play. So all of those clubs, whether it's the driver or the 3-wood or the hybrid club, have curvatures on all sides to ensure that the ball, when you have off-center hits, the ball comes back I mean, it doesn't go spray too much, and you are more in play. So that is basically how the design of clubs has helped as far as the usage of the science of gear effect, because the gear effect was always there. It's not that the gear effect wasn't there, but in earlier days the club faces the drivers and all were very straight. I don't know if you see those persimmon clubs, probably of much, probably 30, 40 years ago, or maybe more actually, the early 70s. They were very straight. They didn't have too much curves. So the ball used to spray a lot, and it was very difficult to, hit those clubs. And then as technology came in, the club size started becoming bigger, and because it became bigger, they could use the gear effect, and then they put a limit to the amount of size of the club head, because they felt that it was giving too much advantage to golfers, and the skill was coming down. So they actually put a limit to the cc or the volume of the club that can be brought in. So then also club manufacturers work with moving the center of gravity in the club a little lower and at the back, so that they ensure in the same way using the gear effect. Because remember, the gear effect comes into play with the distance from the center of gravity of the club, which is why in irons you'll feel the movement much less than the drivers, and because of the gear effect. So that's what they are basically trying to do when they're designing. I hope I'm making myself clear, because I'm trying very hard, but it's a concept which needs to be explained more and more, and the more questions you guys ask, the more I'll be able to elaborate for you guys. Anybody has any?
Good morning to all. Am I audible, sir?
Anoop, yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, when we talk about the bulge on the driver face, on the vertical and on the horizontal axis, so my understanding why there is a curvature on the right and left is like if we hit the toe of a driver, and the curvature makes the ball to start more right. So to cater for the curvature, which will be more left for the ball, so the ball stays in play. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we are saying. The curvature is to ensure that the gear effect is more and brings it back. It brings it back to the fairway.
Right.
It is more. So it starts more right and brings it back. That's where the gear effect comes in. That's what the bulge is for. And the bulge, both sides, is for that if you get a bottom hit, the ball will still get some carry, because you get a gear effect where if you hit the bottom, the club face shuts. But because of the gear effect, the ball will still, it's on the tee. So it's going to start a little lower, but its spin rate increases, exactly what Chimi had said. The spin rate, because of the bulge, the club face shuts. Gear effect, the ball will start to spin more. Spin more means it's going to get more height. So the moment it loses compression, it is going to start spinning much more. So your spin rate on your launch monitor is going to show more, which is why they want you to hit the driver in the top right quadrant. I don't know if anybody said that to you. Why do they want you to hit the driver in the top right quadrant? Is one, because of bigger speed, because it's further away. Also because the gear effect, one, which is gear effect from the toe, you get a better gear effect from the toe and the better gear effect on the top. So the amount of spin is reduced, the backspin is reduced, amount of backspin is reduced because you're on the top, and the amount of, it's going to give you a little curvature the gear effect is going to use that. So the top right quadrant is giving you the best results for a driver hit.
Right, sir. So
I answered that question.
Yeah, I've also understood one more thing, which I was also thinking, like the vertical axis bulge. So basically, when you catch the ball towards the down of the driver face, so that static loft is already lower. So that also caters for a lower spin rate.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that exactly, not static loft, the dynamic loft.
Now, so if we keep the club neutral and compare the angles at the center and top and the bottom, the static loft at the lower part of the driver face will be lower.
Yeah, because of
So,
the bulge. Because of the
yeah,
bulge.
and
Obviously.
dynamic comes into play when we are swinging the golf club.
Yes, yes, yes. So the static loft, obviously, because the bulge, if you measure it there, obviously it's going to be much less than what the actual loft is.
So that
No doubt about that. No
that
doubt
caters
about
to the spin rate and to get more distance if you have the gear effect from bottom.
it. So,
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ji. Sanjay?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, Amandeep sir and Indrajit sir. It is nice to be, and good morning to all. It is nice to see that you are putting a lot of effort and in the definitions and sticking to the principles and the factors while our course, and it is helping us blend things together. So I had a question about the gear effect, and I have two drivers. One is 10.5 and another is 12 degree. Generally, kids and ladies come to us who play with a little higher loft, and general club members who come, they play with a 10.5, 11 degree driver. So I have a scale in front of me, and I was just, while attending this seminar, I just put a scale in the club face, in the middle of the club face of a 10.5 driver. And I also put a scale and the 12 degree driver. And I see there is a space, if you can see, there is a space between the leading edge, the toe of the driver, and the scale that is horizontal to ground. So can you explain about how does this ball react when it hits a 12 degree driver on the toe? What is the gear effect or the smash factor at the toe or the heel versus a 10.5 degree driver? And what is the effect on the landing of the ball along with the direction of the ball in relation to the target? Thank you.
Roger, you want to take it or I'll take it? Roger, you need to unmute.
Sorry. So, Sanjay, you have to understand also the difference between the 10 and the 12 degree driver. More than the loft, there is also a difference in the roll and the bulge. So, what I could figure out, the 12 degree drivers has got a much flatter face. So it also depends brand to brand, model to model on the roll and bulge on the club. So that obviously is a factor. The size of the head, because the center of gravity, the further back it is on the club head, the more the gear effect will take place, which you saw in that video. So if the 10 degree driver's head is bigger, then obviously the gear effect will be more. Lesser the loft on the club, the gear effect will be more, because more the loft on the club, just imagine you have a 60 degree driver and you hit it off the toe and heel, the gear effect will not be as much. So those are the factors that will also play a role. Amandeep, you want to add some more?
Again, 10.5, the only thing I want to add is the 10.5 loft and 12.5 loft to me really doesn't matter, because I'm more interested in the dynamic loft. And that's part of club fitting that comes into play. So it really doesn't matter whether you got a 10.5 degree driver or a 12.5 degree driver. You need to see what is my launch angle. So the optimum launch angle for each player needs to be addressed more than anything else. And that also depends at what speed that the person is swinging at. So there are a lot of factors, Sanjay, where the static loft really doesn't matter. Like somebody had said, earlier, that somebody's hitting with a 6 degree. Virachan is hitting with a 6 degree driver. Jeev is hitting with a 6 degree. So what the degree static loft really doesn't matter. It's a combination of the shaft, is a combination of the golf swing, is a combination of the speed. What we are interested in is what is the launch, what is the angle at which the ball is launching, and at what speed. And basically, that's all we are trying to do. We are only trying to understand this, what the ball is doing when it's taking off, what direction it's taking off, and what. Go ahead, Chirag. I think now you've broken your silence.
No, I have a lot to talk about, but I actually just wanted a little bit of a confirmation here. You know, when you were explaining gear effect, you said that the bulge and roll on the club is to increase the gear effect. I think the bulge and roll on the club is to negate the gear effect and actually sort of reduce the gear effect, because more the gear effect, the more the ball's going to curve.
Yeah. Okay. The bulge. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's why there's a curve, so that when you present it, it opens more and the gear effect is reduced.
Yes.
Apologies. Absolutely right. The ball takes off. Takes off more, right? Because it straightens out. Because the bulge, what you're actually looking at is when it hits it, it starts. It's the club face presented is more straight. So there's a more 90-degree, and the gear effect is reduced. Correct. Yeah. Absolutely right. Which is why lesser curvature.
Yeah.
Correct. While you're at it, please can you tell us more about how you work with your players, how you worked yourself? I think it's good for everybody to understand, swing direction, how you catered for using the driver. When the ball is going to go left, you have to put the ball position forward. If the ball is going left, what do you do to change in the swing direction when you're playing irons, because the ball position is back and you've got a downward angle of approach? How are you making those changes to ensure that the ball takes off as straight as possible? Or are you drawing with your irons, fading with your driver? Please.
So I'll just get into a little bit of history here, and when I was a kid and I was an amateur, and most amateurs as well, and this is going back to the topic of somebody asked about spinning their wedges. Everybody wanted to hit their wedges really high, thinking that it's going to spin a lot more the higher I hit it and all of that. And then I read this book by Dave Pelz, and he said that a sand wedge always spins more than a lob wedge. And I was taken aback when he said that. And then when the launch monitors and stuff actually came out, I understood why that actually happened, because there's an optimum dynamic loft and an optimum launch angle at what the ball will spin the maximum. And if I'm not mistaken, the optimum dynamic loft is about 45 degrees. And the sand wedge is always closer to that 45 degrees than a lob wedge. So that's why a sand wedge kind of spins more, and a launch angle of about 30 degrees. And it's a lot easier to achieve that with a sand wedge or a 54-degree club than it is with a 60-degree club. And then when I actually went on tour, and that time as well, I didn't really have a TrackMan and stuff like that, and talking to a lot of the senior pros and stuff, and they were all trying to hit their wedges lower to spin it more and to control it more. And that was something that I learned. And then of course, when I started using the TrackMan and to get my spin optimized, I started trying to hit my wedges lower with a lower dynamic loft and lower launch angle. And that's something that I really learned. And this is just going back to that question that somebody asked about spinning their wedges. So you don't really have to try and hit your wedges too high. You need that slightly lower dynamic loft to spin the wedges more. So I think that's a good learning here. In terms of your question right now as to what we do with our players and stuff like that, with swing direction and all of that. So anytime you're kind of hitting an iron which you're getting too steep on, let's say 6-7 degrees down on a 7-iron, the chances are you're going to be drawing it because your path's going too far right. So you need to start now changing your swing direction or changing your path. So it's a lot easier to change your swing direction than to change, overall your path. So you can actually move your ball position a little bit more forward, and that kind of gets the swing direction going a little bit more left and the path going a little bit more left. And this is something that I said yesterday as well, that, if I was going for a tournament and I had a problem of sort of getting stuck in the path going out right, I would just start aiming a little bit left with my feet, and that would kind of, neutralize my ball flight a little bit. So yeah, I mean, a lot can be done with the help of launch monitor, especially when for good players that are in tournament sort of mode. we can just go to the problem really fast and understand what needs to be done rather than actually making a change with the golf swing. That's what it is.
So while you're at it, Chirag, I think this interaction will help everybody else. So how do you, when you say that, okay, I'm going to tee it up with the driver, and you know that the ball is going to start left, so you are wanting to aim right, and visually you say, okay, I don't want to be aiming into the bush to get the ball back on the fairway. So what are the changes that you're trying to do, and how are you helping with this swing direction and the ball position to ensure that the ball takes off more straight?
I mean, if you look at it, there's some good videos of on YouTube, which maybe you can play tomorrow. I'll send you a couple of links, and there they sort of explain pretty nicely as to how, if you set up square with every club, the flight's going to be different. So your driver, if you really want to hit it straighter, you need to aim a little bit more right compared to a short iron. And if you actually see a lot of these good players, if you see Tiger hitting a wedge, you'll always feel like he's standing way open. If you look at down the line, it's only because he's coming steep on it and he's trying to sort of neutralize his path and his swing direction, going a little bit more left so that he doesn't pull it left. So yeah, I mean, like your question of how to aim, it's not that you're aiming way right and way left, but it's something to do with it's a feel where that, okay, if you aim maybe right center of the fairway, it's square with the driver, and left center of the fairway is kind of square with your irons. And that's again something that has to be built in, not something that is easy to do, but it's something that once you get an understanding of it, if you start aiming left with your driver, you're really going to fade it a lot, if presuming that you're hitting it 3-4 degrees up and your ball position is correct. Something that has to be sort of I don't know. It's unconventional to sort of say that you teach a different alignment with different club, but everything else being equal, you have to do a little bit of aiming right with your driver and aiming left with your wedges.
Yeah, thank you. Has everybody? I think people are now getting a little hang of what we are talking about. Is that all we were talking about? I don't know if you guys saw that video about as you're going forward, the path is becoming out to in. So the club face is, however much it's changing, so the start direction starts left. So if you visualize the driver, as you keep going left, the ball is going to start left, but it's also because the path is going to start to becoming out to in, the ball is going to start to fade. So a lot of people have used that ball positioning thing to ensure that they are not changing their swing direction so much, but they are just using the ball position to understand what flight they're going to get and where the where the ball is going to start. So these are the factors that you need to keep in mind. So that video is very, I think it was quite clear what the club face is doing. So if you have a visual of that video of what the club is doing when it's coming in, it's aiming right, and it's coming down, and then it's start to aim square, and then starts to aim left as it goes up. So those are the things that you need to keep in mind when you are controlling direction, because so many times it just happens that the guy says, okay, you know what, I'm drawing a lot with my irons and I'm fading with my driver. So what is going on? How do I make the draw happen with the driver? So then you can adjust and explain to him in that manner. Inderjeet, you want to take a break? I think guys are feeling a little.
Yeah, Gaurav had a question. We'll take Gaurav's question.
Okay,
and then
Gaurav's question. Yes, Gaurav.
So one thing, I mean, great insight by Chigi, about the alignment. The only thing I want to ask is, do you kind of use this for the better players? Because for a high handicapper, to tell them to align right and align left might just, clutter them up a little bit too much. Firstly, and secondly, you said with the shorter irons, if you come 6 to 7 degrees down, you're going to hit it more right. Just if you could just explain that one more time, Chigs.
the further down you hit it, the further steeper your attack angle is, your path is actually going right because you're catching it before the low point. So the chances are that if your club face is, I mean, the club face will also be open sort of when your path is coming in from in to out. But if the club face is not really that far open, if you're like 2-3 degrees behind low point, or maybe like 6 or 7 degrees, and your club face is kind of square, it's going to actually go left. And with the
So
good with the good player, what happens is, and I mean, this topic started with Amdeep asking me about what we do with some of the better players who are going and playing tournaments and stuff like that. The problem is that instinctively you're going to square up your club face to the target, but your path is going so far right that you're probably going to miss it left. And that's the reason why wedges go too far left as well, because with the loft combined with the attack angle and the path going right pulls the ball a lot.
So
It's really
Right.
hard to sort of fade a wedge.
what we'll do is we take a quick break, and that video which we were doing, the deep lane, the end of that video actually will explain what you're saying, so it will make it much easier for people to understand. Angelina, we are going to play that deep lane video. The last 3-4 minutes, 3 minutes or something, explains exactly what Chirag is saying.
Okay, so should I play it now?
No. So we are taking a 10-minute break. Gentlemen, we'll be back exactly at 9:45. So see you all at 9:45. Okay. You're back. We'll play that the remaining part of that video, Angelina. Angelina, can we play the remaining part of that video?
And the first thing we need to understand is that the path of the golf club is ever changing on the inclined plane. So here's an angled plane. We have a plane board here that's in yellow. The target line also is in a little bit darker yellow. And you can see the base of the inclined plane is straight down the target line. So as the club approaches the golf ball or wherever the golf ball is hit, we have the club head here that has this stick sticking out of the face, and that's not necessarily pointing where the face is pointing, but that's pointing the direction of the motion of the club head. So at this very moment, the club head's 12 degrees inside out. As we're coming down the inclined plane, that's 8 degrees inside out. And as we get closer and closer to low point, you can see that that path is getting closer and closer to the target line, and that the only time that the path is going down the target line is when the club is at the bottom of its arc. After the club reaches the bottom of its arc and starts on its way up, now the path of the club starts going more and more left of the target line. So, if we're going to hit a straight golf shot with a zero angle of attack, we can use this model. However, when we hit an iron, we want to hit down on it, and this won't work. So how do we do that? As what Rob did on video, now here's the inclined plane, and the base of the inclined plane you can see is aimed to the left of the target, and the target line being straight ahead. On this particular model, as he comes down, his path is still to the right, still to the right, but there's going to be a point in time where this path is zero. And when that path is zero, if he has a square club face, the ball by law in D plane, he's going to have a vertical D plane and the ball's going to go straight at the hole. But you can also see at that very moment in time, the shaft's still leaning forward. And in this pendulum model that I have, if the shaft's leaning forward, we know the angle of attack is down. So with the angle of attack down, the plane base needs to be to the left to create a zero path. Now, if he wants to draw the ball, that would be a little bit different. But that's how he hit that straightaway golf shot with a downward angle of attack. Okay, so we see the scenario when someone looks over the top, and if they're hitting down, might not be over the top as far as their path is concerned. Now we're going to see the other version. Here, Rob is hitting on the downswing, and we trace the sweet spot of the golf club or the center of gravity, and we see that it clearly looks like it's going out to the right. And what we can't see from video is where the angle of attack is, and that's where TrackMan comes in so handily. The base of his plane, sure enough, is 4.4 degrees to the right of the target, but his angle of attack on this swing is 3.6 degrees up. So the path of his club at the moment of impact is 1 degree inside out and not massively inside out as this video might show. And his club face in this particular swing was very square at impact, and the ball went very straight. You could see it never left this post the whole time in its flight. So now, if he would have hit that same ball at the bottom of his arc, he would have truly been way inside out. So you have to take the angle of attack and the plane direction and reconcile them for straightaway ball flight, or even when you're trying to curve the ball on purpose, or that might even be your base shot. You have to reconcile the differences between the plane, the path, and the club face, and TrackMan's the only thing that's going to give you those kind of tools. So here's the model where the base of the plane is pointed to the right of the target line, and you can see as he comes down, down, down. Right here on our model, this shaft, it's a little bit crooked because of the parallax of the camera, but his shaft is pretty close to straight up and down, somewhere about in here, and you can see that's clearly swinging to the right. but he's not going to hit the ball here. He's going to hit it on the upswing. So here we continue go on the upswing, hitting up. There's his straightaway path. And you can see the shaft in this, again, since it's a pendulum model, is leaning backwards. We can also have the situation where the shaft could be leaning forward and still have an upward angle of attack. And he have a straightaway path right to the hole. If his club face at that very moment is pointing in the direction of the target, he has a vertical D-plane and the ball will go dead straight, even though on video it looks like he's swinging way out to the right.
You could notice that with the same swing direction, you could have like an in to out square in and an out to in swing direction, because depends on where you're catching the ball. So like Chirag was mentioning, I think I spoke about it a little earlier also, when we are hitting wedge shots, we put the ball position back, or even if we are hitting like a knockdown shot and we put the ball position back in our stance, we have to reset our alignment more left. And if we don't that, the ball just starts out straight right, and we don't, I remember when my younger days, I didn't know why the ball would just go straight right when I put the ball back in my stance. Today we realize that. Same way, when we tee it up really high and put the ball position right up in your stance, the ball tends to start left. And so we have to realign our setup a little more right to get the ball going straight. Gaurav, you want to say something?
So Indrajit, I just wanted to request you if you could just quickly tell us the difference between swing path and the direction where the club is going at impact. So there's because I think it'll help everybody understand.
So swing direction
better.
So Amandeep, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to take this, or you want me to?
Go ahead. I can take it, but go ahead.
No, you start. I will just add, because I know what Gaurav is saying. So swing basically, swing direction is in relation to the target, and the swing path is basically the path that you're creating. So the path can keep changing, but the swing direction will remain the same. Amandeep, you want to add to this?
Yes, absolutely. So that's exactly what swing direction and club path is, or where the club path. So let's not get confused with these two things. Like when we were seeing it in the model, it was clearly showing that for any swing direction, whether the swing direction is 0, whether the swing direction is aiming left, or the swing direction is aiming right, you could have a club path which is moving, constantly changing depending upon where the ball position is. So again, trying to visualize it, the club path is changing, open, square, and close, and it's also coming down, leveling out and going up. So if you see both, you have to keep both those things in mind. So that's exactly what I was saying when we were saying that how do we ensure that the driver stays straight, because we know that the club path is shutting, so the ball will start left. Now, this is exactly in the video he's explaining that because it's going upwards, also as it is going inwards, you are ensuring that the ball is taking off straight. So swing direction is where we have you could call it a pre-swing change. So we are adjusting the swing direction depending upon what kind of ball direction we want the ball to start. So if you've got an iron and we are going to hit down on it, I will change the swing direction to pointing a little left to ensure that I get a 0-0 start and stays 0-0, depending upon where I'm catching the ball on the down and where I'm catching the ball coming from in to out.
So would you say that the direction is more to do with where the club head is aimed at impact, and path and angle of attack is a different thing?
No, Gigi, it's swing direction is, I would say swing direction is more to do with static at the initial. So,
yeah,
Chirag, you can come in whenever you wish on that, because I know that you are very well versed with that. So swing direction is something which I'm doing statically. And path is something which is dynamic. The path is constantly changing.
Right.
So swing direction, I have done the adjustment right at the beginning. So I have changed. So if you guys can see, to ensure that my iron starts off straight and 0-0, I don't want the iron to start right because the ball position is little right. I want to ensure that I change my swing direction. So I'm ensuring that the swing direction. So if you can visualize, I think in the video he showed the hula hoop. You see, that is the swing direction, which is the way your swing is going. You're not changing anything with the swing. So whatever your swing is, you are continuing to swing, and by changing where you impact the ball on both the axis, on the downward axis as well as the into out axis, is to ensure that there is a 0-0 start.
Okay.
Have you understood? Kind of.
Yeah.
So that hula hoop is a very good example showing you how you change your swing direction to ensure that the ball starts off straight and where you're catching it. So if you're catching it on the down, the club is going to, the swing direction, the ball is going to start right. And if you're catching it, obviously, if it's, so the club is going in both planes. So again, like the vector of going down as well as into out. That's
got it.
Which is why they use many 3D models. Chirag, come in.
Yeah, I'll just come in here. So, I mean, just in simple terms, swing direction is, measured when the club head is moving, where what the direction of the club head is at the lowest point of the swing in relation to the target line. So that is what swing direction is.
That's what I meant. It's measured with the club head, right?
It's measured with the club head, where the club head is
at zero,
at the lowest
point of him. Yeah.
In relation to the target, and the club path is where the club head is moving towards at impact.
Right.
Got it.
Anup, you had something to say if it's related to this only. Anup? No.
Okay. I think let's move on to the.
We'll move on to the next topic. Angelina, what do we have next? Is it junior golf?
Golf equipment, sir.
Golf equipment. Okay, so we'll do a brief one because we have Sandeep also coming in. Chimi's also, I don't know if Chimi is still there. If he's there, then, please feel free to come in. So we will talk on a very basic level with golf equipment. Things that, as a teacher, we should keep in mind. For example, most golfers we meet, they're probably playing stiffer clubs. Sandeep, feel free to just come in whenever you want. So, most golfers we see, they're playing either stiffer clubs or lesser lofted clubs than they need. The biggest, I think, change what the launch monitor has done is it's taken out the guesswork out of the driver, and everyone has learned to optimize their drivers using a launch monitor, especially the better players. And before, we had to try out 20 different drivers to actually find which one was going to work for us. or we would get the PRGR drivers from the tour van. If Gaurav remembers, that was like a prized possession for all of us. But that has changed. So we need to make sure that our students have the correct flex. I think that's the most important factor. They have enough loft, because especially the weaker golfers. And after that is the lie angle of the irons, because that can make a difference. And of course, the length of the clubs if it comes to junior golf. Amandeep, you want to say something?
Go ahead, Rohit. I was a little distracted.
No, basically we're talking about what we're looking at in golf clubs when we are teaching somebody.
Okay.
So I spoke about how people end up playing with stiffer shafts, sometimes lower lofted drivers. People think that a lower lofted driver will go longer, which is absolutely not the case, because if you're a shorter hitter, you would probably need more loft. Also, the dynamic loft that you present in relation to your club head speed and the spin you create on the club, that will also decide on how far you hit the ball. So
there's a lot of myths as far as clubs is concerned, especially what I see a lot of amongst senior golfers. They feel that roll is very important. They said, what, my ball is not rolling. When it drops, it stops. So they said, why should I launch with because I keep telling them get a higher launch. He says, oh, but the ball doesn't roll then. So why would I not take a 8-degree or a 9-degree driver? And I keep telling him that, well, you need carry, which is far more important and than the roll. So, but yeah, there are a lot of myths regarding equipment, and especially older golfers and also junior golfers. We know that junior golfers have a biggest issue because one, the parents don't want to invest in, and they're constantly increasing in height, in weight, in muscle, and each few 6 months they gain in height. So the parents tend to buy sets which are say, okay, he'll fit into this set 6 months from now, 1 year from now. And the disaster has already been done, because the child is now swinging longer, heavier clubs than vice versa. So I, in fact, tell them that, you know what, I'll take a junior club and I'll say, listen, even if I've outgrown my clubs, I'm still better off playing lighter clubs and shorter clubs than longer and heavier clubs. So that's something which we must educate our students, especially parents, because they tend to, it's an expensive game, and we know that golf sets come very expensive, but I'd rather have lighter, shorter clubs than longer and heavier clubs for anybody, especially when you are, and we are not talking here about professionals. That is a completely different and amateurs who are aspiring to be professionals. But juniors, club golfers, I would rather give them more loft. A lot of golfers come to me, and when they want to buy equipment, they say, okay, what should I get? I get a driver 3-wood and then a hybrid. And I tell them, leave the 3-wood out. Get a driver 5-wood, because they're wanting to use the 3-wood off the ground, and that's probably the toughest club to hit for an amateur off the ground is a 3-wood. So you'd rather tell them to get a 5-wood or even a 7-wood than or just get the wood out and get them 2 hybrid clubs, which are at least about 19 degrees and 23 degrees loft. So we would like most club level golfers to get as much height as possible, and that's how we should guide them in getting their clubs. The other thing that I want to guide them more about is with their wedges, the bounce, because they don't understand why the bounce and what. So the wedges with bounce is more specific to the golf course that they are playing. If they're playing a hard golf course, uh, and they like to pitch or chip around with their sand wedges, then you need to make sure that they give them lesser bounce. But then also you need to see what kind of sand is on that golf course. So if there is softer sand, then you need to give a higher bounce. One of the wedges needs to be a higher bounce. And if it's hard sand or mud, which is dug in, then you need to give them lower bounce. But it's always good to explain to them. Rahul Bajaj has raised his hand. So you want to say something, Rahul, add to this? Unmute yourself.
Hi. So I have a question which is related to this, but it's not exactly this. I'm in agreement with you that guys should, club golfers should actually switch towards a 5-wood. But my question is not pertain to this. See, with all this technology, all the biomechanics, all of this happening, why is it that today's golfer has become lesser mortal than the ones 10 years or 20 years ago that they can't hit a 3-wood off the deck as well? Why do they constantly need lighter weight shafts? Why do they constantly need a bigger looking, chunkier, forgiving head? Right? That's my question. How come with everything happening right, we have gone wrong?
Yes, sedentary. Our lifestyles have become so sedentary.
So, Amandeep, I just want to take this question in 2-3 different parts. Specifically to the 3-wood, I think the 3-wood has really changed over the last 20 years. The 3-wood would be 16, 17 degrees of loft. Today, the 3-wood is 13, 14, at max 15. So, the 3-wood is not the 3-wood we used to have when we were kids, 17.
3-woods are 15 all the time these days. Hardly anyone plays a 13 degree. Maybe a pro will be playing it. Maybe
so 15 degrees. So 3-woods are 15. They used to be more like 17, 18 degrees when we were younger. Okay. So they were a lot easier to hit. Today, the 3-wood is not a very easy club to hit off the deck because, in fact, I find it quite strange that people, some coaches say that, oh, don't hit the driver now, hit the 3-wood or 5-wood. When I feel that the drivers are easier club to hit today than the 5-wood or a 3-wood. So anyone who can't make contact at all, I would rather give him a driver than a iron actually, because that's the biggest surface area. You're teeing it up high, and that's your best chance of making contact. The myth about the driver being the last club you learn to hit is long gone when the persimmon and the small-headed drivers were there. Coming to hitting the ball better. So, today, if you take 10 kids, okay, let's say you take 10 kids, 9, 10, 11 years old, and you ask them to try and touch their toes. Okay, 7 or 8 won't be able to touch their toes. I can guarantee you. The 2 who will touch their toes, one would be a girl who does classical dancing, and one would be some kid who's also doing karate or, playing some other sport. You ask these 10 kids to throw a ball to you, and you're standing 4 feet apart. That kid would, out of those 10, 5 would throw it over your head or in between. It would drop, and maybe 1 or 2 would throw it backwards, trying to throw it forward. That's how bad coordination is in today's world. So, overall, I think generally the sedentary lifestyle has completely changed the way people, react, their coordination, everything. And also, golf is a sport which I think a lot of people pick up who have never played any sport before. You won't have non-athletic people playing tennis, cricket, football, badminton, that also at a later stage in life than golf. Golf, I find a lot of people who come to me, more than half the people who come to me to learn golf, who are adults, who have never played a sport in their life. And this is the beginning of their sporting life. and starting with golf. So they've never played anything in school. So Rahul, it's always a little more challenge to teach golf to somebody than I think any other sport because they're not really sport ready. But again, your question a little more specific being that today it's tougher than what it used to be. I think it's just because of the lifestyle. That is my take. Amandeep, you can.
Yeah. It's basically lifestyle. The lifestyle has we have become so sedentary. We have the fundamental movement skills is when Indrajit was talking about. Fundamental movement skills are missing amongst kids. We hand them the mobile phone before we can tell them how to hop, skip, and jump, and things like that. So yes, but we are not here to change how people lead their lives. We can help them if they want to help. We should be able to help them if they want help. I always believe that do not give advice when it's not asked for, because then it's of no value. So you can subtly, if a parent has handed you the child and say, okay, be his coach, which very few parents will do. So there's a very fine line. They will want you to teach, but not to coach. So it's because to become a coach requires a lot of faith, trust, and an understanding between the parent, the child, and the teacher, coach / coach. So we need to just tell them that get a 5 wood and a 7 wood, but to tell them why can't I hit? Because like I said, you don't tell anybody that you can't do something. You always say, listen, you can do it. You want to stay as positive as possible.
Absolutely. The question really pertains to the
I
fact
also,
that this trouble when everything is improving.
Yes. So, I mean, we've got technology. The whole hybrid was designed because, they said, let's make things easier. Life is becoming easier. Your cars have improved and you're becoming more sedentary from the stick shift automatic. And then now everything is artificial intelligence. So everything is, now you don't even need to learn how to write an essay. AI is going to do that. Well, so,
Yeah, I also want to add something to this.
Sure.
What Rahul was saying. So one is the loft, what Indrajit was saying. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the most important thing is, I think, the length. The 3 woods earlier were 42 inches long. Now they were 43 about a year, 2 years back. Now they are 43 and a half. I think by next year they'll be 44 also. And the drivers 5-6 years back or 10 years back were 44 inches long. Now they are 46 inches long. So everything's becoming longer clubs, more difficult. So,
in fact, some of the tailgate clubs have been almost touching 46 and a half off late.
Absolutely. Even the irons, if you look at the 7 iron, the 7 iron is now almost 37 and a half inches long, maybe 38 also. In the Honma clubs, you'll see the 7 iron will be 38 inches long also.
Yeah.
So the longer the club, more difficult it is. Yeah. And in the 3 woods also, you must have seen that the head is deeper. Earlier, the heads were smaller. So when you address the ball with a 3 wood, the ball would appear larger. Now the club appears a lot larger than the ball. So the center of gravity is also gone up a little bit. So that also makes a difference. Visually also, it doesn't give you that much confidence as the smaller head club would.
Right.
So just to add to Chimi what he's saying, basically what we are doing today is that we are stamping the 7 iron as a 5 iron.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry, the 5 iron as a 7 iron, right? So you don't have 3 irons and 4 irons anymore because your 5 iron is actually the 3 iron. So that's why you have gap wedges. So the entire setup of a golf set from a 3 iron to a pitching wedge has become a 5 iron to a gap wedge.
Absolutely. Now, pitching wedges like 40, for pitching wedges now become
22 degrees.
Yeah. Earlier it was 48 degrees. Now it is 42 degrees, 43 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, so we started stamping clubs. So the best way to sell your irons is to stamp your 3 iron into a 5 iron and say, see how long you're hitting it.
Yeah, technology.
So stamp your 7 iron and call it a 9 iron, and you're flying it 160 yards, and you say, wow, these clubs go so far. And
yeah,
like we
absolutely.
said, the length of the club has got longer, the loft has got stronger, lowered the center of gravity in the irons so that you can still get it airborne. So suddenly you have a 5 iron which is actually a 3 iron with a lower center of gravity. So everyone is just going more and more, and soon you'll have irons which start from 6 iron, because the 6 iron is actually a 3 iron or a 4 iron, and then that's
Also, the
So-
companies are now public. They have to release new clubs every year. You see the trend. Earlier, Ping used to release clubs in 3 years, 4 years. Now, after like TaylorMade led this trend, a club every 7-8 months, every year. Now, every January there's a new launch. Now you see there will be new launches. The Callaway Smoke is coming. TaylorMade will also launch something. So now, how do you get people to buy new clubs? The technology does not change every year. So what they do is just make the club stronger and longer, right? Lower the center of gravity a little bit.
I feel, yeah, I hear you guys, and I think also for the benefit of everybody else, I feel it's very important to educate your student, because he's come up with something saying, you know what, why not 3-wood? So you have to tell him that what are we trying to do? We are trying to, if we explain to the student that the length of the shaft is going to affect the speed, and the loft is going to ensure that the ball's dispersion is less. So the higher the loft, the dispersion reduces, because and if you just fundamentally tell your student that we are giving you a 5-wood which is a little longer than normal 5-wood, to give you that feeling of the 3-wood distance, but with a more control. I think the student will tend to understand that, and probably choose the 5-wood or 7-wood at that matter.
Yeah, and
like
most
said, drivers are much easier to hit. So tell them actually increase the loft and play with the driver.
No, the best thing is short on the driver, make the driver a 3-wood length, and it's easy to hit. Yeah.
Any combination. Go
and for junior golfers, parents, it's so difficult to convince them. Like somebody will come with a skid is 5 feet or 4.5 feet, but they want longer clubs. Longer clubs means more swing weight in the longer club. So when they take it back, right, there's more weight to handle. So then the club collapses because they don't have enough strength to control the club. So all the coaches here, the stress should be to convince the parent to give them the right length of clubs. Right? A lot of people try to save money. Like Amandeep has 5 sets lying in his house. So for his kid, he will get a junior set, cut it. So cutting makes it stronger. The flex will be like a double X. You're giving the kid a double X or a triple X shaft. He can't get it in the air, right? He quits golf. The lofts are stronger of the regular clubs. So that's also a very bad system to follow of cutting down clubs. I think the coaches should emphasize on giving the right length of clubs and convince them, no, it will not go shorter. The parents say, or the choti jayegi ball is say, right? You will get less distance. But the idea is to get the ball in the center of the club face. Probably it's up to the coach how he convinces the parent and the kid that it's more important to basically hone a better swing and a center contact than hit longer at their growing up stages.
So, things have changed today also. When we were kids, we all grew up with, cut down clubs. And I remember when I was a kid and I didn't want to play with a ladies club, a ladies set. So we manage oversized club. But today you have options of every 2 inches a child grows, you can give them a new set.
Idajit, you're athletic also. You used to climb trees, run around, but kids don't do that now. So you could kind of have the strength to adapt to it.
But it's also a boy thing. macho thing. So you will find, a lot of junior boys want to come and swing longer clubs because when they go on the range, sometimes when they swing a longer club, obviously because they are generating more speed, they're hitting longer lengths.
Yeah.
Macho thing, and that we need to somehow, because it's a very, very tight balance to explain to
Yeah.
the child.
Also, you could injure yourself. So if you're playing very heavy clubs, you could hurt yourself, and then the parent will come and tell you that, why didn't you get my child a lighter club, and he's hurt himself. So it is obviously a tough call when you're working with kids. Anup Singh, you had a question. Can you unmute him?
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Just an add-on to the sedentary lifestyle, what I've developed is juggling, bouncing the ball on the club face, which am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've been doing this, and recently, this year in 23, I also achieved 2 Guinness Book of World Records in the field of juggling. So the students enjoy this a lot. For juniors, it makes the session little interesting also. Plus, it helps them to improve hand and eye coordination. So I have a lot of students who go back home, make videos and send to me. So I think probably somewhere down the line, this helps in improving the reflexes too.
Interesting. Very good. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we are easing into the junior discussion on junior golf also. So we'll continue both. In today's sessions, we do put in a lot of frisbee, throwing frisbees, because that simulates a little bit of your golf action. Having some fitness sessions, playing basketball. So all that is there. So we have to make sure that when we put in these sessions, we are also very clear with parents, because you get instances where a parent says, "Oh, I send my son. I'm paying so much money for my son's golf classes," and he says that he went and played football and come back today. So why isn't he being taught golf, and why did he have a football session, or why was there so much of fitness in the session? So whenever we have a junior program, I think the communication is very important on what we are doing with the kids, with the parents, because there's over a period of time, I think that is one area which we tend to forget a bit, and that's when things parents start questioning and getting a little worried. So coming back to equipment, is there anything that anyone wants to ask or talk about, and then we move on to junior golf?
So what I would like to what I would like to add to this is, whenever you, especially with junior golf, since we're easing into the junior golf topic also, so when you sell clubs or suggest clubs to juniors or parents, you can always tell them that if your kid is 5 feet tall, just buy the equipment according to the height. You can always change the shaft. Let's say it becomes 5'4" or 5'6", he grows up in height. You can always let the club head be the same till a certain point. For 2-3 years, you can keep changing the shafts of the clubs. The shaft can become stiffer and longer when you change. It's like changing the tire of your car, if a vehicle, right? When your tire wears out, you don't change the car. You just put a new tire in it. I think Ping has a program. Ping Prodigies, they sell their sets, so they have a free shaft thing built in their system, where you buy a set of clubs. They give you a free upgrade of shaft and grip change and lie angle change in the same cost. It's included in the cost. So now we have club fitting centers springing all around the country now. 20 years back there was none. I was the only one doing it, but now it's easy. North, south, east, west, all the zones have club fitting locations. You can easily get them to change the shafts. That's one advice. It saves money. You don't have to buy new sets every year.
So Chimmy, what is your take on extending clubs? How much longer do you recommend someone extends his clubs to?
See again, see if your depends on your level of your game, but 80% of the kids, if you extend the clubs till 1 inch, it's okay. Beyond 1 inch becomes a problem because when you grip the club in your left hand, uh, uh, all the force is on the left hand. If you have extension, which is the entire extension is in your hand, right? Then it will create a problem. But 1 inch is perfectly fine till 1 inch.
Right. That's a very interesting, important insight. Uh, Great. So I think Amit, Gurki, and Bashir has a question. Amit, would you want to come in? Or Gurki, whoever is
Yeah.
ready.
So my question was, you already asked and Jimmy's answered that. The other one is the doubt which I've been asking. I think Chirag is a right guy to ask because he's been working on TrackMan, that that the apex height of each club is the same, but it hits at different points. So last time I asked that, I believe I was told that's not true. But again, I had searched on it, so I want a confirmation on that. Say, for example, if it's 100 feet, so Sandwich will probably hit it at 60 yards and a driver will hit it at, say, 250 yards, so on and so forth. So I would just want Chirag to shed some light on that.
Chirag, you want to take that?
Look, that's a good question. I don't have a complete answer to that one. I'm sorry.
Even I don't have it. I mean,
Yeah.
I presume that's the. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Maybe
exactly.
Maybe Chimmy can answer that.
Can you ask? Can you, Gurki? Can you say the game? Please ask the question again.
Peak height of every club is the same.
Sorry.
Is the peak height of every club the same?
No, it's different.
Okay.
It's the same, but it hits at different points.
Mm-hmm.
The apex height of each club with the ball is the same, but hits at different points.
No, like if you visually, if you see
Not visually, say if a Sandwich hits at 100 feet at, say, 50 yards,
okay,
7-iron will probably hit it at 120, driver will hit it at 250.
Let me check that now. Let me check this and get back to you on this.
Good,
Yeah.
good question, Gurki. I would presume it's the same.
It is the same.
I would presume it's the same, but something to be checked about. I'm not sure.
One thing which I've read before, and this is again pertaining to apex height, is that you'll optimize your driver if your apex height is very close to your swing speed with your driver. Now, I don't know how far that's correct, but this is something that I read, and again, topic for research for whoever.
Also, and when you were talking about spin and the Sandwich spins more, and a very interesting study even by that James Ridyard on that, making his players launch everything between 27 to 33 degrees and keeping the smash close to 1 so that it doesn't get too hot. Pretty interesting, and that's how I realized now that it was interesting that another fact which you mentioned, I realized that maximum spin you can create at, say, 45 degrees. Anything more than that will get too hot. And, like say, it goes to 40 hot, it goes to 50 and all, then your contact gets compromised.
Yeah, 45 is the ideal launch angle, dynamic loft, and 30 is the launch angle. And if it gets anything lower than that, so let's say you go to 40 degrees, then you also get a lot steeper. And the reason the spin reduces is because you start hitting the top of the club head then. So that actually starts pushing the ball downwards.
Basically, I mean, I'm just going to add, like, you're back on your wedges. I just want to add is what is increasing spin? Again, like, understand the basic concept. More spin is more speed. You're trying to create more speed, but you don't want too much distance. So how do you do that? How do you reduce that? Speed increases distance, but if we want to speed also increases spin. So I want the ball to go lesser with a higher speed. What are the two factors? One would be opening the club face to ensure that hitting it low reduces smash factor. So if I reduce the smash factor, I can increase speed for the ball to going the same distance. Opening the club face, same effect. So these are the things. So we need to understand what are the factors that are increasing spin? And then we don't want to go that far. So how do we reduce distance? That's for wedges.
In the last seminar was very interesting. A gentleman who's, I think, from Dubai or who's done a PhD in UK, he said that so contact at different places of the club face doesn't make much of a difference in spin, but makes a lot of difference in the distance. So,
yeah.
And he has numbers to back it up.
Agar toe pe lagaya, if I hit it on the toe, the smash factor goes down.
Correct.
So because the smash factor goes down, the efficiency, it's a dead feel. Dead feel means I can add more speed and the ball will not go that far. Simple. So we've added more spin while the ball going same distance. Right? Am I right, Chirag?
Sorry, I was actually checking that apex height thing. What Gutti had said, I missed this. But yeah, Gutti, you're right about this. It hits at different points, but it's very similar. The apex height was.
It has to be similar. It has to be very similar.
All right, thank you, guys.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed what you. I missed what you said earlier. I was checking this apex height thing.
You missed what I said?
Yeah, what you asked me if you were correct or not. I was checking.
No, we were talking about how to add more spin and with wedges and all of that. So I was just saying, again, go back to the principle of what is increasing spin. I mean, if all factors remain same, if speed is more, the spin will be more. So if I can reduce the smash factor by the ball will travel less and the club face will have a higher speed, so the spin will be more. Simple things like that.
I feel, Amandeep, that could work in just small chips and all. But when we are talking about 50-yarders, 60-yarders, that won't be very effective because
why not?
Basically, if you can have that kind of precision that you can hit that toe, maybe elitist of elite also intentionally. I don't think any professional would try to hit a 50-yarder from the toe rather than center because the variation in distance is too much. Right?
But no. Those are two separate things. One is the logic behind it. Whether you are able to do it is a totally different matter.
Yeah, but you can also reduce smash by not creating that much forward shaft lean as well. If you see that research by James Ridyard, it's very interesting. Center contact, but different smash factors. So if you keep it with that, what Chirag was saying, that 30-degree launch angle, it will be at 1. So he said anything over 1:1 gets hot, and anything less.
Open club face, smash factor reduced. Same. You can increase speed, ball not going that far. Amit, go ahead, please.
Hi, guys. So I just a couple of points since we're discussing equipment and teaching and taking forward to what Rahul had mentioned as to why is it that it's harder now to hit clubs that perhaps are easier to design. And I think our whole focus is moved from the good old days to what precision and better positions to misses. I mean, I know a lot of guys in this group perhaps have hit one irons all their life. They're playing life and they could hit it perfectly and not miss a fairway. And today our whole focus, starting from putters, wedges, all kinds of clubs, are more focused to saying how do we give you clubs that you can swing at 80% and still miss or have better misses. So I think that's just how in general the whole equipment marketing and all of that is moving now. AI today is such an important component with all the golf clubs that are getting launched in 2024. I'm actually I did raise my hand to ask Jimmy a question because I feel like part of all the junior clubs that we sell, most parents tend to ask for a size up. It's like they're buying shoes for their kids. They're going to grow into the club soon. To what degree? How much? I mean, if a child fits the upper end of a US kid set, perhaps a 57, do you recommend catering a 60-inch to them, or do you do you not? Because that's, I think, most of us face the same question from parents, etc.
So from 57 to 60 is inch and a half long. Every club is inch and a half long, so that's too much. You can just give them half an inch long clubs. Maybe give them 57 when they become 58 or 59. Take the grip off, increase it by half an inch or 3/4 of an inch, and wait for them to get to 60 to buy that 60 set. Otherwise, because the kids are not, say, as a pro, you and me can hit 2 inches shorter, 2 inches longer. But the kid who is just learning is not that proficient. His swing is not grooved, so he cannot handle it. If you longer clubs, even you're making it more difficult for him to swing the club, and then 50% of them will just quit. So ideal is a shorter club will be better than a longer club.
Yeah.
Shorter, easy to hit, easy to handle, lower swing weight, low stress on the muscles. Yeah, but it's tough to convince. Everybody wants longer clubs.
Yeah,
right?
Fair enough. Well, I'm struggling to hit clubs which are the right length for me, let alone shorter or longer. But that's a separate.
I couldn't hit a driver to save my life. I chopped my driver off, made it to 3-wood length, and I could hit it well. So that's I experimented on myself a lot also. So yeah.
Karan, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks.
Karanbir. Just unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
I'm audible? Yeah, hi, sir. So I just wanted to add to the apex height thing that Mr. Shergill and Chirag, sir, they were mentioning. So again, I think it's a lot depending on the angle of attack and how you're attacking the ball. Somebody like a Rory McIlroy who hits his driver like, I think, almost 130 feet in the air, apex. But then when they're trying to, try to hit something which is lower, then I think like a 4-iron or a 5-iron, like I don't think that's reaching that height, the apex. And I've seen it amongst
I think
golfers.
the question, Bikram, the question was very clearly is that all factors remaining the same. When you're not trying something, if I put it on a robot, on a robot, I think, am I right, Gurki? Correct me if I'm wrong. He's saying that the clubs are designed in a certain manner. If I put every club on the robot, will the apex height be the same?
Sir, but again, the ball position comes into play also.
Yeah, of course. But when we put the robot, we are trying to get to zero. When the club flattens out, when it hits the bottom of the arc.
Because also the spin rate will affect. Right. Sir.
Yeah. So we are getting to the bottom of the arc, Vikram. When we say robot, means we get to the bottom of the arc of the club. We're not changing the bottom of the arc. So that the question of Gurki was that if it's an ideal condition of a robot swinging all the clubs in the bag, will the peak height be the same?
So, but there's also another catch to it. Like it also depends on every club. The length is different. The speeds will be different, right? The sandwich and the driver's speed also will not be the same.
Yeah, exactly. So the peak height hits earlier. So if it's a sandwich, hits earlier and goes less distance. Right. And if it's a 7-iron, it hits at say probably 140 yards. If it's 170, and then
because again, so the descent angle and the launch angle again are different for all the clubs also. So there's a lot of catch to it also. Like I'm sure, like what he said also is like a lot correct. But like if you go into the in-depth details of it, I think there's a lot to it. Sir.
No, of course. The only question was as far as will that ball hit peak height with every club? So that was the question, and in my mind, it was yes, it does, though at different distances from you. But I mean, still a lot of research to be done.
Yeah, it's like again, like so suppose there's a club golfer who's like a 15 handicapper and who's like basically maybe swinging his driver at say around 85 miles per hour or say 90 miles per hour. Say 85 or 90 miles per hour, and the 7-iron swing speed is say around 75 miles per hour. So again, I would say depend also the angle of attack. Like but like you said, it's like keeping the robot in mind. So
yeah, so robot can also swing at 70 miles an hour. So, but the peak height will be lower. I'm not disputing the fact. So Rory's swing speed is higher, so his peak height becomes higher, 130 feet. But
so I just checked the numbers. Right, the men's for the LPGA Tour and the women for the LPGA Tour. For the professionals, the peak height is within 2 yards or 3 yards of every club. I don't know about 30 handicappers. I have to check that. No?
Because it's also centeredness of contact, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
how efficiently we are only trying to. I think Gurki's question was simply on the fact that all ideal conditions, swing speed. So the ideal conditions are a robot hitting them, whether it's a lower swing speed, whether it's a higher swing speed. The peak height of every club will
Within
be
3 yards. Yeah.
within 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah.
Which is fair. So it's about 10 feet difference between each club. Anyway, let's go forward.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Vikram. और किसी का question है? Somebody's raised their hand. Sanjay, go ahead.
Hello, I have a question for Chimi regarding junior golf equipment. Request Chimi to just put some light on it. I have my kid who plays golf and he's plays ping junior sets. Now he has grown little taller. This is a personal question. Now he's grown taller. So I bought him a US Kid 63, but he likes the head of his old ping club. So can I shift the shaft from the US Kid to the same club head? Will it work?
James, you need to unmute. Okay, ask to unmute. Okay. Unmute.
Yeah. So yeah, you can. The thing is, the US Kids Club and the ping clubs, right? If the hosel diameter is the same, you can switch the shaft from any brand.
So it will not cause any injury to him because he's only 11 years and 11, but it's
no. Why it will not cause any injury? Both are light shafts, right?
Okay.
As long as the hosel diameter is same, right?
Yeah.
Normally the US Kids, the clubs are the junior clubs. Their shafts are thinner, so you can't use them in a thicker diameter hosels. So if they are the same, it doesn't matter. You can
because
use
it was a worry for last 1 month and he was shifting club, not happy with this. So I thought what to do. Suddenly we have this refresher and I got the answer.
Yeah. You can easily shift. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And this is for regarding the apex height, like Gurki was discussing. So I don't know right or wrong, but I read an article long time back that when Hogan was practicing, he used to he kept a tree high at certain distance, and he was hitting a pitching wedge from certain distance, and then he moved back to few yards and he hit his 9 iron, 8 iron, 7 iron, and the ball was taking off its apex at the last point where his pitching was taking in. So just to share, maybe looks like the apex is same or not. I don't have any idea. Wanted to share this Ben Hogan story.
Thanks. Thank you. Anybody else questions relevant to this?
Are you hearing me, sir?
Yes.
So my question is to the Shandeep. Actually, some of our other coaches has asked about this, like Amit, Rahul, and Sanjay also talked about this, the cutting of shaft or changing this shaft. Like for our junior golfers, often we parents trying to cut down their shafts. For example, like I have purchased a ladies driver last month from Bangkok, and there is 12 degree for my daughter. She's also 11 years old and 12 degree. Ladies flex shaft. But if I cut down, as my daughter's height is pretty much short and she's lean and thin, so it will be any problem. It is not of gents shaft, it's ladies shaft, ladies flex. So like me, I have some other students, their parents also like to cut down their shaft to adjust their height. So for the gents and ladies, to separate shaft length, weight, and flexibility. Can you put some light on this to cut down the shafts? It will cause an injury to junior golfers?
No, understood. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. So see, it doesn't matter the lady shaft or men's shaft. Whenever you cut a shaft, it will become stiffer.
Yeah, if it is gents shaft, male shaft, it may cause injury to the junior golfers. But if it is ladies shaft and ladies flags, can it cause any injury to the juniors?
No, because injury, I can't answer the question of injuries, right? But if you cut down the shaft,
So
it'll
then
become
again,
stiffer. Yeah, it'll become more and more stiffer. The more you cut the shaft, the more stiffer it becomes. So if you cut a lady shaft by, let's say, 2 inches, 3 inches, it will be probably stronger than a men's shaft also. So she is playing extra stiff shaft, depending how much you cut it. Right now, if you're cutting it half an inch, it will not make much of a difference. But if you cut it 3 inches, it'll make a lot of difference. Yeah.
okay, thank you. Thank
Guys,
you.
you guys need to understand why the shaft has a flex and what is the requirement of the flex. And when we make it stiffer, what happens? And Jimmy, please keep coming in whenever you feel I'm not right, because your study is much more. In my opinion, I think, and I remember it from my old days, if we cut the shaft from the top, it becomes stiffer. Stiffer shaft is not is we are going to have a difficulty in getting the ball up in the air. Because the shaft kick helps us, the flexibility of the shaft helps us to create more loft, a little more of, so the dynamic loft uh, need, with the help of the shaft, we use the shaft to create some dynamic loft, also to square the club face. So both these issues, I don't know so much about injury. Injury will happen more because of heavier clubs. But if it's a same weight club, I mean, if I've taken some shaft off, the club has definitely become lighter. It has become shorter, so the swing weight has become lesser. So I don't think it's going to cause injury. But the child is going to struggle by putting it up in the air and also to square the club face. So the club face will more often than not be right. So the kid will keep missing it right, making the kid learn a bad habit of turning using his smaller muscles to square the club face, and also struggle in getting height. So the kid will get a bad habit of trying to scoop the ball. So will not be able to understand to make sure that he's catching with the hands ahead, with the shaft lean forward. Will tend to have the shaft lean backward, and those are the things that I think. So that would cause problems in when you're trying to fix a child's swing, because you're trying to golf like we right now in the beginning we said was we need to make sure we are hitting down, because to hit down is when we get the ball going up. It's counterintuitive. This game is counterintuitive because the intuition is telling you to send it up, and we want to hit it down. So we need to have a shaft lean. So the hands need to be ahead of the club head at impact, have some kind of shaft lean. But when you're making the club stiffer, you are losing that. Am I right, Jimmy? If somewhere right? Where
Yeah, basically the thing is, if you make the club shaft too stiff, then the feel goes away. It's dead. It's like a pole you're hitting. You need flex. You need some play in the shaft to get feel, right? And always give clubs. Now everyone does not have a launch monitor, but if you can get a small swing speed machine, some gadget, like a 14-year-old kid might swing at 70 and a 14-year-old kid might swing at 90. Now you can't hand them the same club. It all, if you have some kind of a gadget where you can just measure the swing speed a little bit, for the height and length, you can take a normal scale and measure it. Right, the wrist to floor is the best way to measure, to give the shaft length, and for the flex, the swing speed. That's if you go into like a tour player, then you get into so many other variables. But to just keep it basic, the length and flex, just keep a watch out on that. Plus, if you cut the clubs, if you cut a normal men's club or a women's club, the head weight of all the men's club across all the brands is the same. But if you go to the junior clubs, the US kids clubs, the smaller the clubs, like if you have a 54 or a 51 inch, their head weight is lighter than a 60-inch one. So there's a lot of difference there.
So Ashu Kohli made a very important point. He said in the message, the lie angle also changes when you make the shaft shorter.
Absolutely. When you make the shaft shorter, the lie angle will
Fix the lie
effectively dynamically play flatter.
Missed that point.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ashu.
Yeah. And plus also there is a lot of question which I get a lot from the players is to cut the shaft from the butt end or the tip end. So if you put it on the CPM machine, the flex will be the same. The CPM number will be the same if you cut it from the bottom or the butt. But the main difference will be the torque. If you cut the shaft from the bottom, the torque will go down, right? From let's say 3 degree, it will go down to 2.5 degree. So then again, it'll feel stiffer, but flex wise, it'll be the same whether you cut it from the butt end or the tip end.
Okay, let's go, Indrajit. I think we need to go back to junior golf, and you started with this thing about how do we need to educate the parents, the student when we are handling junior golf, because it's a very sensitive, because juniors are it's a very sensitive area where we are dealing with. So even if you come to they send their kid to you and you ask them to play games, you need to explain to them the fundamentals of what are we trying to achieve there. So say if we are trying to play, because we always ask the parents to engage in more than one activity, especially in the growth spurt areas or especially junior golfers. So what does soccer do? You need to be able to explain why soccer. Soccer is something which is teaching you a lot of separation. So in the lower body is moving in one way and the upper body is moving in the other way. So that helps golf. So if we are able to explain to a parent that why am I teaching the kicking skill? Why am I teaching the jumping skill to the student? Why am I teaching the striking skill? So all those skills that we need to teach the child should be explained, that why striking, why jumping, why things like that, where you are involved in rotation. So why do we tell them, okay, go and play another racket sport, maybe tennis or squash or any other racket sport? Why do we tell them to go swim? Why do we tell them to throw a frisbee? So the frisbee is making sure that there is a lot of throwing skills that we are learning. So all fundamental movement skills need to be explained to the parents, so they understand that it is imperative that the child general development becomes very so it happens completely, because if they become only golfers, you also have to explain to them that because their bones are in the formative stage, if they are going on playing one side, they will start to develop a tilt in the spine, which we call scoliosis or whatever the name may be. So they'll start having many problems as they grow up. Then Indrajit also said about we have to be very careful when we are teaching kids in the growth spurt phase, so that they can't touch their toes, obviously, because the bones are growing faster than the muscle is catching up, which is why kids can't touch their toes, which is why they say that, okay, do a lot of dance classes, do a lot of yoga. But even if you teach them a lot of yoga and a lot of dance, their bones have grown at such a fast pace and the muscles have not been able to catch up with the growth of the bones. So this is some education that you need to tell your parents. So in boys, the growth spurt happens, the first growth spurt happens, say, around 8 years of age, and the second growth spurt happens around 14 years. Girls a little earlier. So they will grow, and that's the time you cannot teach them too much skill. Please don't try to teach them too much skill when they're in growth spurt. You can teach them a lot of speed in growth spurt, but don't try to teach them skill in the growth spurt. So those are because why growth spurt time we don't teach them skill is because their skill is going to get hugely affected, because the arm is growing at a different pace, the legs are growing at a different pace. So all the child loses coordination in growth spurts, a lot of coordination. So which is why we say we need to teach them a lot of speed, a lot of coordination when they are in their growth spurt times. So be very careful when you're teaching to understand what a growth spurt is. Uh, if you guys don't know what growth spurt is, very easy. When you're teaching children, always have a wall. It's a very interesting thing to do. Always have a wall, and for every month or a quarter, start to measure your children. So you write their name and date, and on the wall, they will understand. So you will see a typical pattern that suddenly the child is growing much faster in that quarter. So now you know that the child has hit a growth spurt. You see, or you can tell the parents to do that. And if you guys are having kids who are staying with you for longer periods of time, it's nice to create a wall where you understand when the growth spurt is hit. So important to understand growth spurt, important to teach, educate the parents about the fundamental movement skills. Why are we teaching them different sports? Also, I think make them more both-handed. So if they are right-handed, make them swing left-handed, things like that, to ensure that they are staying balanced. Also educate them when they will actually start to lift weight. So educate them that, okay, even when they are growing and when they are young, instead of weights, we can use bands to increase strength, because you need to explain to them how the muscle needs length as well as strength. So both, whenever the muscle is being trained, we need length as well as strength. So if you can explain to them that if we can use bands to start a little bit of strengthening of the muscles, because the muscles are long enough at that time. So these are the things which you need to educate your parents. That's all I have to say. Indrajit, you want to come in?
Chirag wants to say something.
Yeah, actually, I had a question regarding this, and the very interesting thing about this growth spurt, and I mean, I've seen with a few of my players also who I teach, and they're all like 15, 16, some of them, and all of a sudden, just feels like they're not swinging the way they were, maybe 6 months ago, and lost all their feel, not playing well, and I mean, this could be one of the reasons why they're not being able to make the same moves. But
Without a doubt.
how do you, and this is, something that I want to ask you guys, because out of experience that you guys have, how do you tell the parents and how do you tell the kid that, look, this is a time that you're not going to swing well? Or, how do you sort of go about that time? Because it's very hard to explain, to a parent who comes to you and said that, listen, my kid's not swinging well, what's happened? Or the kid sort of asking you that, listen, why am I not swinging it well? Why am I not being able to do this?
I'll tell you, Chirag, it's a very important question, and to be handled in a very, very nice way. That's why I said, as a coach, you need to understand my child is coming into a growth spurt. I need to stop all kinds of technique from his mind. And I need to start working on rhythm, timing, give him things which are going to teach him timing, rhythm, maybe anything to do with timing and rhythm, because that is going to ensure, and you and me know better than anybody else, that to golf swing is more about timing and rhythm than positions. So we as teachers need to take a back seat, and okay, it's nice to educate the parent, to tell them exactly what's going on, but also we don't want a child to lose performance to such an extent. I mean, he was winning tournaments at 12 and 11 and 12 and 12 and a half, and suddenly he's gone to finishing 10th and 12th and 13th, and they don't understand. So that's the time you as a coach need to say, okay, let's drop technique. I don't want to give him a new move. I want him to work on timing, rhythm, short game, putting, anything to do with ensuring that his scores don't drop. So avoid technical issues and get into. So that's an important factor which all teachers need to keep in mind, because growth spurt is something which can play havoc. People give up the game, and I've seen a lot of kids, because they're suddenly winning every tournament, then now they can't do anything, because some kids go through crazy growth spurts. I mean, Harshit Sethi, Sarthak Chibbar, those are perfect examples, I mean, which are in front of our eyes. And then the moment they go over the growth spurt, they become better players. And, they'll jump coaches. I promise you, they will jump coaches at that. That's the time you will lose a lot of students, because they think that, oh, you know what, my coach has nothing to tell me now. So that's the time they will jump coaches, which is fair. I mean, that's how it works. But if you guys are smart enough to ensure that you have explained, I think you will be able to go over that, and hopefully that the kid will play better golf.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Tavleen, I want to hear your voice, because she teaches a lot of girls and ladies in Chandigarh. I see her.
Yes, I do. And good morning to all. Enjoying the session since yesterday. So since we were talking about the growth spurt, I just want to ask that how long does it typically last?
Okay, it's about two years.
Okay.
It's nothing fixed. So the wall and actual measurement, Tavleen, is the only way to know how long it's going to last. There's no way to tell how long it's going to last. But it's a general idea. It's a general idea where, and only with actual measurement will you get to know that the growth spurt has stopped or has ebbed. It may not, in certain kids, it never stops. It just goes up and then kind of, ebbs a little bit, but it's not gone flat. It's still going on the up. And then the graph again makes a shoot up. So depends on kids. Some hit growth spurt at 17, 16, 17. So human anatomy, you can't tell when you're going to hit the growth spurt. But measurement is the easiest and the best way to know growth spurt. And something which all should do.
Seems like an interesting thing, an important one.
Keep a record.
Yeah.
It's very good, very interesting. And the kid also, it's something exciting and interesting. Oh, you were so tall when you were there. You were so tall. So it's something interesting. So make a game out of it, play at it, and you're not having enough milk and you're not having enough protein. So we need to become bigger.
Yeah.
Not enough spinach. All that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tavleen. Anji, who else? Rohan, please go ahead. Unmute yourself. Thanks. Rohan, we can't hear you. I don't know why. Put your volume up. I can't hear you. Still can't. You're unmuted for sure. Now you muted. Unmute and speak. Maybe something wrong with the audio of your. Okay, later then let's get Anoop. Anoop, you want to come in?
Yes, sir.
Anji.
So just input for the junior golf, sir. Two parts which I feel is very much important is one part is the psychology, another thing is the management part. When we talk about the psychology, I've seen a lot of parents putting too much of pressure on their kids to perform well. So that part also I feel has to be taken care of. So I make them understand that there have been a lot of players as a juniors, they were not that good, but when they turned professional, they were extremely performing well. So these are some things which I think becomes a barrier for a kid to play golf in a longevity.
Absolutely. You have to explain. There are a lot of things, Anup, and a lot of things that you can, like Indrajit initially said, communication, communication, communication. Junior golf is a lot about communication. How much you can communicate with your student, with your parents, with their support staff, all kinds of people. Communication is the key, and you need to tell them that the career is very long. Um Compared to other sports. So golf career, you can play all the way up to I'm 56, 55 going to go and still playing. So can play for a very long time. So injury prevention is a very important factor for to explain to a child and their parents that we need to ensure that your child is injury free. So whenever you are, so that because if he's injured, he ain't performing. I mean, however good his golf swing may be, however good his ability to score may be, he's injured. Sorry, not happening. So we need to educate a lot, which is why playing different games, going to the gym, having a good instructor, nutrition. Need to tell them, talk about nutrition to them, about hydration, about physical fitness, about mental fitness, about less of mobile phone.
So, Amandeep, I just want to add something here
So,
about parents. So the thing is that when you're talking to parents, uh, parents have become extremely competitive today. And parents are literally competing, wanting their children to be number one in under 11, under 13, under 15, under 9, under 7 even. So what parents need to understand, and that's very important that we do this job, is to make them understand that it's a journey. Junior golf is a journey, it's not a destination. And being number one in India or winning a US kids tournament under 11 in Scotland, or going to America and winning a under 9 or under 11 tournament means nothing, means absolutely nothing. So it's very important parents understand that. Parents go crazy about their children, social media, newspaper articles, child prodigy at the age of 9. I will not take a name, but I know a kid, who was being compared to Tiger Woods when he was 9, when he was 11, and parent made him. I think he was on Times cover and stuff like that. And then the kid quit golf. The kid doesn't play golf anymore. He's in his, I think he must be around 30 now. He doesn't play golf anymore. And this is something that parents need to understand. This is not the destination. Your child becoming number one in the world, also under 9 or under 11, doesn't mean that he's even going to be a professional golfer.
Just to add on to this, if you allow.
Sorry, who's that?
Sir, just an add on, if you allow me.
Yeah, please.
The junior golfers I have seen, like a lot of kids who are like age of 7 to 10, and their parents come with them telling me that I want to see my child as a professional golfer. But I give them a point which might be kind of negative for me. But I tell them that let them enjoy the sport, let them come and play it, and if they feel like they enjoy playing this sport, then we can look in future that they would want to turn professional or not.
So the best thing for a coach to say is that we'll help your child become as good as he can be. So you're not promising. It's like someone going to a cricket academy and saying, "I want my son to be playing for India," or someone goes to a tennis academy and says that I want my son to be playing the ATP tour. There is no guarantee. So it's not even some. It's not right for a coach to say, "I'll make your child a champion. I'll make your child India's number one player," when the child has come to get enrolled. So that you're making false promises. And the biggest thing which I mentioned here is that we have to tell parents I'll give you an example. I'll take a name. Viraj Madappa was my student throughout his junior career, and there was another kid who was number one and Viraj was number two. And I think there were 9 tournaments where Viraj finished second. Under 11, I think. This was in D category. And Viraj finished second in, I think, 7 or 8 tournaments or 9 tournaments. And this boy beat him in every tournament. And his parents would come to me and say, oh, he can't beat this boy. I don't know what to do. I said, it doesn't even matter. And that boy doesn't play golf anymore. And Viraj went on to be the youngest Indian ever to win on the Asian Tour. So there you go. At the age of 10, 11, this boy, Viraj, could beat this kid even once. And that kid doesn't play golf anymore. And Viraj went on to win. So it doesn't matter. And parents who get into this competitive mode is completely destroying the child's chances of doing well. Going to press, I completely don't support a 10-year-old kid getting press coverage. I know 10, 11, 12-year-old kids who behave, their body language is like a professional golfer. I mean, I would give him a slap if it was my son. I would.
I want, whenever there is time, I want to add a lot of things.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Chimi. Go ahead. No problem.
So I think the best example is Shivan Quatra. I think everybody.
I didn't want to take the name. I didn't want to take the. That's the name I was referring to.
Yeah, he was the rage junior golf. A lot of parental pressure. Yeah. So I started teaching a long time back. I set up an academy 17 years back at the Golden Greens. Luckily, we have a lot of space in Golden Greens. And I used to wonder, the kids used to come and leave. The attention span of a kid is just 10 minutes. They cannot handle a 1 hour or a 45-minute lesson at all. So, and I saw kids leaving at a rapid pace. They're not enjoying. And golf is, I think, the most boring sport. If you're just hitting a ball into the wilderness with no aim, no target, just hit it onto the range. So there we devised, we are blessed with a lot of land at Golden Greens. Our range is almost 10 acres. So we introduced golf and running, hiking, so many other activities. In fact, all our senior students, like say Diggy or Jyoti, they also started playing football with the kids. So that's when the interest of the kids, hardly anybody left. There was a lot of fun activities, football. So that's how we could retain a lot of kids. Suddenly we found nobody wants to leave. And the kids used to be there the entire day. So that's one thing. Add a lot of activities. These days, there's so much pressure on the kids. Tuition jana hai, ye class jana hai, wo class jana hai, and golf khelna hai. So probably golf, they can only take on one sport, which is, let's say, if they're taking on golf, they're not doing any other sport. When I was a kid, we used to do everything. So we could, I think, had better hand-eye coordination, could learn faster. So if you have academies, if you have junior programs, add some activity, physical activity, which improves hand-eye coordination. Just playing golf all the time might get a little boring for the kids. That's one thing I can advise the coaches based on my experience. And plus, convincing the parent. I think if you can try and get a team, like if you are a coach, you can't handle biomechanics, club fitting, mental coaching, everything. If you have a team around you, so that the parent also will realize that here I'm getting my kid to an academy where in the team you have a psychologist or a club fitter or a golf fitness coach. So that also helps in convincing the parent that we are in the right hands. There is an academy set up, and the kids' various aspects are being looked after by different professionals. You don't have to have them as employees or part of your permanent team, but as a reference base, I guess that will help a lot.
Good insight. I know you guys teach far many junior golfers, but I always have an insight where Chimi made a very important statement, and I want you guys to all introspect as to, are we teaching the correct way? He says, okay, the kids should enjoy playing. Why are we not making golf into a play, into a game to play?
Exactly. Yeah.
We are imparting lessons to children like we are imparting lessons to adults. We need to, in my opinion, for junior golf, we need to have a completely different program. It should be more about play. So it's more about groups, is more about giving them a target, giving them something to do. Say, okay, we start with putting games, and we start with hitting games. You put a net, putting into that. You go tell them to play on the golf course. That's which will get the adrenaline going up. So the excitement comes from the adrenaline going up. And the adrenaline only goes up when you're playing a soccer game. You're trying to score a goal. We're not trying to fix their swing the way they kick. Of course, we can fix their kick later on, but we are actually just telling them, we've given them a goal. So to do some activity. So if we are trying to, and something to experiment, try to make the games more, and the kid will become more interested, and hopefully not get bored. So we should be innovative to ensure that we are not making the game a bore, because as it is, it's an individual. We know that it's an individual sport. For me, it was never boring, because we were constantly playing games with each other. We were mimicking heroes. We were always saying, okay, I am Nicholas, and Jeev was, a Gary player, and we used to play games with each other. Jeev and me played so much of games with each other, and that's how we learned. That's how we learned. We didn't get lessons. And then sometimes we couldn't hit a certain shot. We'd say, okay, we would go to Simran Singh and say, sir, how to hit this shot? I say, okay, now that is technique, some technique thrown in. So, but we are making them come to the range, and for our benefit, because we want to, get 10 people hitting balls and say, "Theek hai yaar, 1 hour, money in the bank, okay, done." But
Also,
yeah,
one very important thing I want to add is that golf is not what you can play in your backyard. So the biggest disadvantage somebody like a high profile coach like Amandeep or Indrajit will have is when the parent gets the kid to Amandeep and is paying 10,000 rupees for a lesson, right? He wants the kid to be Tiger Woods. So there's already so much pressure on the kid. Whereas a kid who has got to brought to a D category or an E category or a C category coach, the aspirations are not that much. Their aspirations is bas ball marne aa jaye, bachcho ko golf khilana hai. That's it. But with Amandeep, he has the pressure of making the kid Tiger Woods, right?
I always, again, an analogy that I always give to parents, because at the end of the day, they are very important people to handle. I always give them the analogy that, your child goes to school. I mean, what is the guarantee he's going to become an IAS officer or a PhD or an engineer? We will teach them all kinds of subjects, and when they reach class 11 or 12, they will choose the subject that they like, and that's the way that they want to go. In the same way as sport, let's open up their activities to many more sports and activities, and let the child make the choice when he's mature enough to make a choice. Who are we as parents or teachers to make a choice for them? It's very unfair. Schools are not doing it. Why should we be doing it? So some analogy like that to ensure that the parents are a little more relaxed.
Okay, I would like to
would want to add few things if you allow.
Colonel Mazumdar, whose son has been one of India's top players. I remember Rommel was my student, and one year he won 8 out of the 9 junior tour tournaments. He had more points than the second, third, fourth kids combined together. So, Colonel Mazumdar, we are looking for your inputs.
My humble submission to my guru, as well as my son's guru, is Indrajit sir. I didn't listen those days, so I suffered. Okay, that is accepted. I wanted to tell about Jimmy, whatever he told about the cutting the shaft. It is really no, total no, not to cut a shaft, because frequency, flex of the shaft is directly proportional to the elasticity of that shaft. Frequency of elasticity of shaft is directly proportional to the length of the shaft. Not only frequency changes, but lie angle. What about the grip size? Junior's grip is much smaller, and then if you cut a gents club and give it to the kid, he cannot hold it in his palm. And the best way to understand what is the flex on the shaft, many things are written: torque, kick point, bend point. All these things are related to frequency. And like a layman, if you want to understand, go to a construction site, take a 9 mm rod. If it is 8 feet, and try to whip it, you see how much it keeps on wobbling. And then cut it into 4 feet, and then try to do the same thing. You see, you are not able to do. So it is directly proportional to the length as well as swing frequency. That's why those who have 16 miles per hour swing frequency, they play with extra stiff shaft. But a junior, he cannot whip, he cannot generate that speed, and then so cutting of the shaft is really no, totally no. I wanted to add that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right. Well, so that's what Jimmy said also, now that once you change the shaft, once you cut a shaft, everything changes, and the flex changes, the weight changes. That's exactly what Jimmy said. That cutting a shaft may not be a great idea to do that. Anyway, I think Sandeep Syal is coming into the room, or has he come in? Because Sandeep is also going to help us talk about club fitting, and I think Chimi's here, so we'd love to have both Sandeep and Chimi do the club fitting after we take a short break. We take another break in 5 minutes' time. Just a few things. I wanted to add a couple of things. Of course, tomorrow again we are going to continue with the junior program, but anyone who's running a junior program knows that there has to be a structure to it, because juniors are people who are not going to be there for 2 lessons, 4 lessons, 6 lessons, 10 lessons. They're going to be there for years. Anyone who's running a junior program knows that when a kid comes to you, on an average, will stay with you for 3-4 years, and maybe sometimes longer than that. So when you're putting a program in place, it's very important to have a structure and a plan where you say, okay, the child goes from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 to advanced or to elite. So creating different levels in a junior program is extremely important, because otherwise, where does the kid go? And the second thing that is very important is to have a tracking mechanism. It's easier to track when a child is playing on the golf course and you got the scores to follow. But when a kid joins your camp, maybe he takes 4 to 6 months or sometimes more to get on the golf course. Now, when the child is not on the golf course, how do you know when the child is ready to go on the golf course? How do you know that in the first 4 months the child is improved? So these are areas where we need to put a system in place where we can find some way to assess their improvement, and then maybe have a report card every 3 months or every 2 months or every month, depending on how you want to do it. But that entire structure is very important for someone who's going to run a junior program.
I think it'd be nice for you, because I think one of the well-run academies is yours in Tolly. So it would be nice to give them some kind of an idea about that.
No, so we'll be sharing a presentation tomorrow on different levels and how the progress is done. I won't be able to give you guys a copy of it, but I will definitely share the structure that we try to follow, which has evolved over the last 25 odd years that we've been doing junior programs. But the one important factor that I also want to just mention here, again, we will talk about it tomorrow, is the safety element. We've seen accidents happen, and I'm sure anyone who's run a junior program for more than 5, 7, 8 years have seen where somebody's got hit by a club, or some kind of an accident has happened, and that is something that you can't prevent. Though if you had 1 in 10 years, it's fine, but you have to be very careful, because a golf club is lethal. A golf club is considered the second most dangerous weapon in the world as far as sporting equipment is concerned. Number one being the baseball bat. So, getting hit by a golf club for a child can even damage an eye, or have a serious injury. So we have to be very, very careful, and we have to be very sure about what protocols we are putting in place, safety protocols, especially when you're doing group classes. And that too with beginners, because children don't know. You're showing somebody a grip and a backswing, and there is a group of 8 or 10 kids standing, and one kid decides to just copy you and just take the club back, and that's the end of that day's session. Some kid is bleeding, and you're running to the hospital. So, little things we've learned, like one is, putting down ropes or putting down sticks so that you create areas where kids don't step in. When there is a bunch of kids standing with golf clubs, we make them hold the club upside down, so they hold the head part of it, the grip end is down, so that even if they make a swing, they will not hurt somebody as badly. So these few protocols we will discuss. I'm sure all of you will also give your inputs. But before that, I think we're just going to take like a 5-7 minute break, just a 10-minute break. I think Sandeep will be in by then. Jimmy is there, so we will go a little deeper into club fitting, and from the aspect of a coach. So we are not really going to. It's not a club fitter certification program, but Jimmy, you're going to be around, right? For the last hour. Is Jimmy there?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. So
I'm here. I'm here till the end. Yeah.
Right. Super. So with I think Sandeep and Jimmy, you will have the best discussion you can have on club fitting, and we will keep that discussion more in line with
what the coaches
from
want.
a coach's point of view, and not
Sandeep,
really.
so Sandeep and Sandeep are
Sandeep
going
and
to take
Sandeep,
the.
Yeah, we will have you guys. So thank you, both of you.
11:35. 11:35.
Yeah, so we are taking a 10-minute break, guys, and then we'll come back at 11:35. Hi, everyone.
Has Sandeep come?
I don't know. Angelina, can you check if Sandeep Sial has come?
Best is, I think, call him.
Yeah, I'm calling.
No, sir, he hasn't joined us yet. I think you'll have to ask him to join.
I think it's going to take a little time. So, Chimmy, would you like to just start and then he can join us? Would you like to take charge of this session? Can you make Chimmy, Mr. Sandeep Verma, co-host?
Just give me a minute. 1 second. Hi, I am Abhijit.
Yeah, hi. Chimmy, you take charge. We'll come in when we need to.
So I didn't prepare for this. I don't know what script.
No, that's
Sandeep
fine.
had planned.
Let's have a general discussion on from a coach's point of view on club fitting. Because a lot of us actually don't know or are not sure about recommendations, and you can talk about different brands also, and how we recommend when a beginner comes what to go about. So just let's keep it general. If required, we'll come in.
Okay, so let me start. Okay, whenever a club golfer, basically when a club golfer comes to me and he wants to buy a set of clubs, or I get a phone call, and we normally tell them that I can't sell you clubs over the phone, or I can't just give you clubs on the rack. I just tell him, when you go to buy shoes, do you?
Give me just 1 second, guys. Let the session go on, and then put your hands up, because at least let's move into the session, and then you can come with your questions, please.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No sweat. So I tell them, like, when you buy shoes, do you send one of your guys to get shoes for you from the shop, or you just buy them? You always try them first. Like, whenever you buy shoes or trousers or a t-shirt, you always try them. So why not golf clubs? Right? Golf clubs you don't try because shoes and shirts and pants you get in different sizes. There is medium, large, XL, 20 different sizes. Unfortunately, golf clubs is not a big market, especially in India. So you cannot stock clubs for 1 inch shorter, 1 inch longer. So the best way is to get fit for clubs. Then the question is, we are not professional golfers. हम क्या करेंगे fitting का? So then I tell them, it's more important for you. A professional golfer is a very capable being. He has been playing golf for the last 30, 40 years. He can hit different varied kind of clubs with a good success rate. You are not as accomplished a golfer as a professional is. So for you, a set of fitted clubs are more important than a professional, than for a professional. So that's how first you have to convince the person of how important a fitting is. Then the basic knowledge that, okay, you are 6 feet, 4 feet, you can't use the same clubs. So that's how we have to first education, same as junior golf. You have to educate the person what a fitting is and how important a fitting is. It doesn't have to be a professional grade fitting for a 30 handicapper, right? For him, maybe it's not maybe, it's definitely a static fitting works, but most of them are beginners, so they don't have a set swing. So a dynamic fitting probably won't work for everyone. But a static fitting, like a height measurement, wrist to floor, grip size, That's the basic you start with, and then you make them make them make a few swings, and you'll get a general idea of what the swing speed is. That will give you the flex. So you got the grip size sorted, you got the flex sorted, you got the length of the clubs sorted. Then we come into the head. If you want, that depends on how good a striker the golfer is. It can be a cavity, a super cavity, or a muscle back. A muscle back comes in with basically the more accomplished golfers, the 5 handicap and below. But generally, the club head size and the shape of the club head is very important in this. Makes golf a lot easier if you give them easier clubs, forgiving clubs which have perimeter weighting. You see the cavity back clubs which weight around. Let me get a club 1 second. So yeah, so this has cavity, this is cavity. Now this is a bigger cavity, so you have weight around. This is called perimeter weighting. There is weight is around the club head. So when you hit the ball off center, the club head will twist less, as opposed to a muscle back club which does not have perimeter weighting. So the weight around cavity is what makes the club. Is basically perimeter weighting, which helps the club not to twist on an off center hit, because 80% of the hits will be off center for a club golfer. So this is basic for club fitting. If anybody has questions on basic before I go to the more advanced, yeah, we can have some questions. I'm sure there'll be plenty of them.
How important is lie angle, Chimmy? I mean, how important when you're saying, just for the education of everybody, so that dwell a little bit on lie angle.
Okay.
And when you're saying that you measure from wrist to floor, what are you basically trying to do when you're doing that?
So that is, wrist to floor is basically to establish the length of the club, right? You can have a 6-foot person using half-inch shorter clubs because maybe his arms are too long, or maybe you have somebody who's 4 feet 8 inches but using standard length clubs. Maybe his arms are too short. So the determining factor for length of the club is their wrist to floor length measurement. Because if your hands are here, you will need shorter clubs. If your hands are here, irrespective of what height you are, that is the number one, the reference point for the length of clubs. If you have the right length of clubs, more or less the lie angle of the clubs will be within 1-2 degrees. But if you give somebody like a 5 feet 7 inches person, if you give them clubs which are standard, and these days standards are 1/2 to 1 inch longer, that lie angle will be way off. It will be like 2-3 degrees off. And if he has a posture where he is squatting more, then it will be almost like 4 degrees off. Let's say, for example, Sujan uses 5 degrees flatter clubs, right? So he's a professional golfer. He might want to use the standard length clubs, but then he will need to make them more flatter. But if he were to use a set of clubs, or even Chow, he uses standard clubs. But then they have to make the clubs more flatter. Now, the lie angle is the number one determinant of where the ball takes off. If the club is upright, the ball takes off left. I'll just demonstrate. It's here. Yeah. Can you see this here?
Yes, visible.
Yeah, so if you make this upright, you see where it's pointing to the left. Right? If you make it flatter, right, it goes points to the right. So basically, lie angle. Closer, 1 second. Yeah. So let's say this is the right lie angle. It points straight. If you go left, more upright, the ball is going left. Right. And lie angle is the smaller the shot of the club. Let's say a sand wedge or a lob wedge, pitching wedge. That has more. The lie angle has more effect because that has more loft. That's why we don't fit for lie angle for a driver or a 3-wood because they have less loft. If you have less loft, the lie angle is not a major factor, especially in a club golfer. Maybe in a professional golfer where each shot over on 1 day and 4 days, 4 shots makes a difference of $1 million in a big event. But for club golfers, you don't really fit for lie angle for the woods. But for the irons, yes, lie angle is a very big factor in the direction. So
And
if somebody's hitting it right, make it upright. Yeah.
Can you put some lamp on some offset clubs? Who would you recommend offset clubs and why? That's something which people come.
Offset clubs is basically designed for people who cut the ball, right? Who slice the ball. And I think 80% of the golfers slice the ball. Right. So basically the clubs, it's like an anti-slice. You don't see too many offset clubs these days. Like Cobra used to make a lot of offset drivers. Ping used to make some offset drivers. You don't see offset drivers, that many offset drivers these days. But yes, irons, all the game improvement irons in the market, you see all the cavity back clubs, they're all offset. Right. And the muscle back clubs, they're also offset, but not as much as offset as the game improvement clubs are. And longer the iron, and the offset also varies from iron to iron.
I thought, Jimmy, the offset, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, was offset was maybe for people who were unable to, people who don't have higher proficiency tend to cast the club so to ensure that the hands are ahead of the club head when they come to meet.
It helps to square up the club face also, but they're primarily designed for as an anti-slice club.
Gaurav has a question. Go ahead, Gaurav. Gigi, ask to unmute. Gigi, go ahead.
Views. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So Jimmy, you are the number one guy for club fitting, and I just wanted to know your views on putter fitting. I think it's something that is overlooked amongst most of the players.
See, basically now fitting is like when you talk about fitting, most of the people want their driver fitting because that's the most attractive thing. The longer, like in a putter fitting, you will basically move the ball maybe half a centimeter or 2 millimeters, right? So that is not tangibly measurable. Right, but if you see a driver, हमें 20 गज लंबी मारनी है, we want to hit it 20 yards, 30 yards longer, right? So that's why everybody runs for a driver fitting. A driver is the club which people change every year almost or every 2 years, right? But you and putters probably you keep the same putter for 10 years because putting.
No. What I meant was, I see a lot of good players putting with, more often than not, putters which are much longer for them. So, then they get a little cramped up with their elbows, in the posture, where, by just, putting with a little shorter putter, I think it would help them with their stroke. I just feel sometimes that, a lot of the players, they just, like, earlier in the old days, we used to adapt to whatever clubs we got and we had to play with them. Yeah. And I think that's what a lot of the players are doing with putting now. I think, you'd be surprised if you looked into this aspect of fitting players a little, more consciously with their putters, how much it would help them.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Basically, now putting is something like if you play professionally, it is so very important for you to get your putting right, because that's where the money is made, not in driving. You may hit the ball 10 yards shorter, but it's putting where you make the money. So for a professional golfer, see, earlier there were no gadgets, so you could not measure anything. 20-30 years back, you would just buy the clubs and adapt yourself to the club. Now there is so much, so there's so much data available. Like Indrajit was saying, people use their launch monitors. They don't look at the flight of the ball; they look at the numbers now. So they're so dependent. So everything is all data driven. So I realize what you're saying. I've just ordered a putter, basically a launch monitor for putting. It's called Quintech Golf, where you will be able to measure when the putter strikes the ball, what was the loft at the strike, what was the loft before the strike, where did the ball take off, how much did the ball roll, when did the ball start rolling. So these are all aspects of putter fitting. Basic idea is to get the ball rolling as fast as possible.
So
and what you said about, sir, and what you said about the answering your question about the length, also most of the putters, when you buy a set, they come at 34-35 inches, right?
Exactly.
And the same logic applies. Your sand wedge is the most accurate club. It is the shortest club, so you will hit the most accurate with the sand wedge, right? And the driver is the least accurate club. So same thing, if you have a 32-inch putter or a 30-inch putter, number one, the swing weight will be less. In a longer putter, the swing weight is more, so will tend to break your wrist more. So when you break your wrist, again, you are totally erratic. If in 10 putts, if you're breaking the rear wrist every time, you cannot coordinate the same amount of wrist break on every putt. So that's when you become more and more inaccurate with your putter. So yes, the shorter the putter, the more accurate you will be. You can make the putter a little heavier to add a little more lead weight onto the face to make the feel of the head little more. But yeah, shorter putter, if you're like 5'8", 5'9", a 33 or 32 and a half, 32-inch putter is ideal for you. Yeah.
Right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any other questions regarding club fitting? I can dive into something more deeper.
No, club fitting may loft for the putter.
Okay, loft.
Why would you ask them when they come for putter fitting? Would you ask them what kind of greens they're playing with? Does that affect? Would you
absolutely slower? See, again, if I'm fitting for a professional golfer now, it does not matter. He is playing on a different golf course every second week. But for a club golfer, let's say he plays in Delhi Golf Club week in and week out, or he plays at the Kutub or Classic. Now he's playing at his home course. Yes, for that, for every fitting session, you need to ask the player his objectives of coming for a fitting. What does he want out of those clubs, right? That is very important. Where is he playing? He's just playing at one place. Is he moving around? So those are the questions you need to first know before going and giving him a full
question
session.
was more Chimmy, that some guy comes and says, you know what, how much loft should I have on my putter, and why should I need loft on my putter? So it's very important to answer that question. And also it is relevant to the firmness of the greens, how high the grass is, how much the ball nestles. So in the grass, I guess that's why we use loft in the putter.
Yeah, so loft, basically, the loft is important because it basically it is again the most important factor for the roll of the ball, right? For accurate for being a good putter, you have to get the ball rolling as soon as possible, right? Then now it depends on what greens you're playing. If you're playing with a very slow green, right? So you will need a loft which is again based on the greens you're playing on, and that also depends on the dynamic loft and the static loft. Some people, if you must have seen, they do a big forward press on their putter. So if they have a 4-degree putter, they will de-loft it to 2 degrees. So now the putter fitting is not totally dynamic. If you have to have a gadget which can record what the putter is doing dynamically, because there's a big variation in your basically that the dynamic loft, the loft at which you strike the putter is very important.
Normally, anything between 3 to 4 degrees or 2.5 degrees to 4 degrees is ideal for Indian playing conditions.
So, Jimmy, just one few queries. Like you said, okay, normally like a 5'8" guy needs a 32-inch putter. There also that wrist to floor ratio comes into play, especially
Yeah,
when
wrist
he's
to
bent
floor.
over.
Yeah, I'm just basically a
Yeah.
lot of times I'm just talking about a coach in
Yeah.
probably Coimbatore or Assam. So this is basically a very basic level. If you can easily make out, okay, he's 5'8", he's 5'7". So for that, a 32.5 plus minus half an inch is ideal length.
And does the model of the putter, like center shafted, conventional, mallet, also comes as part of fitting? Like certain
Yes,
design of putters will
absolutely.
suit.
There is too heavy putter. There is face balance putter. Now that is basically you have to then you have to put him in a session where you see the stroke. If it is in square in, then you'll give him a putter which is too heavy. If it is straight back and straight through, then you give him a putter which is face balanced. And then there are different shapes and sizes. That also then that depends on the preference of the player. Some people don't like the shape of a Malay putter or a mine detector kind of putter, which is huge with two toad-looking eyes. So that is all visual. So, but the bigger putters are more stable. Their MOI, the moment of inertia in those putters is less, so they also twist less, and it's easy to align those putters. So there are a lot of things which are visual also.
And what about the thickness of grip? Various grips are coming in now. Some people like thin. Some, is it a preference, or you have to see what suits
It is
you
it
in
is
picking?
preference. It is a lot in preference, but a thicker grip will help you to keep your wrists more stable. They will prevent the wrists from breaking, whereas a thinner grip will give you more feel. Will probably for a professional golfer not so much but for a club golfer your wrist will maybe break a little bit more, or maybe it's the other way around. Just if your wrists are breaking, give him a thicker putter. But if you a thicker grip, but if you give him a thicker grip, then he will feel less feel in the weight. Then you might need to add more lead weight or bring the putter weight of the putter more to match up to that thick grip.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Even Jimmy, can I come in? Even with the if you can explain even with the longer clubs, why are people wanting thicker grips, or some people are wanting thinner grips? Is it something to do that it's a preference, or is it that we can advise them why they should get thicker grips, why they should not get thicker grips?
No, that thicker grips for the longer clubs. So let's say if you are playing, is this a question for longer than standard clubs or just longer clubs?
Oversized. No. People, even standard clubs, they some. I've seen so many players saying, why would I not get an oversized grip? So as a club fitter, what would your opinion be?
See,
In my
oversized.
opinion, I would say again, you are actually. So what my opinion is, you are butt weighting the club by adding a thicker grip. So you are reducing the swing weight or feel of the club head. So basically, and also reducing the amount of release. So people who tend to over rotate their hands and forearms,
it helps to keep the club face square.
more stability. Yeah. Am I right?
It helps to keep the club face square for a longer time, right? But it also will prevent the club from releasing, right?
Yes.
So again, then that's a longer process of advising him. A person with standard length hands, to give him an oversized grip will require a lot of
cause other issues.
a lot of launch monitor time to establish, right? But essentially, if the golfer is requiring longer clubs, that means he's tall, he's big, so his hands are also bigger, right? So when you make the club half-inch longer, right, and put a standard grip, that means the swing weight will go up. But by adding a mid-size grip, it will negate the effect. So it will come back to the same, right? So that's why for a longer, like if you have somebody who has 8-inch long palm, you will give him a mid-size. If it's 8.5 inch, then go to jumbo.
If it's around 7.5, it's standard grips. And then you can add tapes. You can add 1 roll tape, 2 rolls, 3 rolls if the hand measurement is in between somewhere. So you'll have
Karan,
to
go
play
ahead. Karan, you have
around.
a question.
Yeah.
Karan, you have a question?
Yeah. Hi, sir. Sir, I just wanted to basically add to the input what Gaurav sir and Jimmy sir were discussing. So I've been with Jimmy sir since the last 7-8 years now, and especially I've been doing a lot of club fitting in Kutub since the last 3-4 years with Jimmy sir. So I do a lot of club fitting for Sarthak Chibbar also, who is also a student of Gaurav sir, and he comes for putter fitting and his irons, lofts and all that. So just a basic input is basically like now Sarthak is a very highly skilled golfer, so he plays with a mallet putter still, right? So it's a phase balance putter, and he's got a very slight arc in his putting stroke. So we also use the ping fitting app to fit golfers. So we just have to make sure that what is the arc of the player, like is it a too strong arc that he's creating or a slight arc he's creating, or is it a very straight back straight through? Though I still think that there is a little bit of arc even in a straight back straight through stroke, but yeah,
Yes,
you have
there
to
is.
see
Yeah.
what kind of arc the player is creating, and accordingly we do a lot of Odyssey and ping putter fitting. So accordingly there are different shapes, sizes, like Jimmy already mentioned. We have like 10 different options in Odyssey and like 5-6 different options in ping. So, and accordingly the lot of look also matters to the player. There are some golfers who come to me who like a 20 handicapper, and they're like, we want a blade putter, like the toe hang putter. So but when you're playing with a toe hang putter, it's super inconsistent. Like the chances of missing the hole is a lot higher. So you have to just help them understand that how a mallet putter can actually help them be more consistent on the greens. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sanjay, you have a question?
Yeah. I have a question for Chimi. I had a player last week who, while giving a putting lesson, the player
With
was
this
keeping
putter?
the shaft almost as per the design of the putter. Am I audible?
Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah.
We
So
love
I
this
have a putter
bullseye
and a ball.
putter
To
you pulled
understand.
out from Sanjay.
Yeah, sir. This is I bought for 1,000 रुपए में खरीदी थी sir, Calcutta में RCGC में.
What
95.
you were asking something, Sanjay? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So the player was putting like this to me when the shaft was almost as per the design of the club. It was a pink putter. It is not this one. This is a very old one. So while giving the putting lesson, because he's a good player, suddenly the player tells me that keeping the shaft little lean, that means the handle little ahead of the center of the ball. If this is the center of the ball, and if the putter is little ahead, making better
the putter.
contact.
Yeah. Okay.
Better contact, more centered, and much confident with the player. So is it something to do with the loft of the club, or let the player play like that? It's comfortable and fit.
No, that is just personal preference. It's nothing to do with, because you can't make out the 1.5, 2 degree loft. A club golfer cannot make it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's all personal preference. Yeah.
Another thing I explained, as long as the back edge, if this is the leading edge, back leg, as much we lean the putter forward, same amount of degree it comes away from the ground also. So at
Yes,
there
yes,
is
it
minimum,
does. Yeah.
it is not affecting the putting.
It is not affecting the putt because you're not contacting the ground with the putter. So it might affect when you're hitting a chip shot because the bounce, you're getting the bounce down. But in putter, it does not affect. A forward press does not affect. But a forward press will deal off the putter and it'll affect the roll of the ball.
Yeah, so the ball I tested with the ball roll drill. I make the mark like Kremaski Chow used to use in Calcutta, Kremaski putting. So I missed the ball and just wanted to make sure that the ball is rolling. So the ball was, before hitting the toe edge, it was making contact with the top edge and the ball was rolling.
So normally, if you deal off the putter, if you see in slow motion, if you deal off the putter, if your hands are ahead and they are also ahead at impact. Now at impact, it can be a totally different story. But if it's constant and the hands are ahead at impact, then the ball will enter the ground and it'll skip. Right? It'll not start rolling. It'll skip. It'll be in the air for some time. So you have to basically, for a good putting stroke, you have to cut down the air time of the ball, right? It has to start rolling as soon as possible. It should not jump or skid.
Okay. And the second question is, if the player prefers to use a long putter, let us say 34 or 35-inch putter, though the player is comfortable holding down, that we say the fulcrum point. Sometimes we say the lever system or the fulcrum. Right?
Yeah.
So it is okay to give a long putter where they choke down an inch or a half and they feel here where the thumb gives a lot of pressure to control the club head. That is okay?
See, now that is totally personal. So when maybe they like the thickness of the putter grip at that point, so that is why they're doing it. Maybe they want to get closer to the ball. Maybe they've never tried a shorter putter. So there can be so many aspects to this. Yeah. So if you have 5-6 different lengths of putters in your academy where you teach, then you can instantly give them the putter. Okay, if you're holding it shorter, you might want to try a shorter putter. He might instantly like it. But if you don't have that option, then you can't help him. You have to let them use whatever he's doing. Yeah.
Right.
Sandeep Syal is also, I think, logged in. Can you make him a co-host so Chimmy and Sandeep can take this forward?
Yeah, thanks, Indrajit. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, great.
So, Sandeep, Chimmy's been helping out with club fitting, and I think the discussion has been on putting. So maybe you can come in, and of course both you and Chimmy can take charge of this discussion. When club golfers come to you to get fitted, what are the things that you look at? So you can start from there, and then both you and Chimmy can together take questions and take this forward. Over to you.
Yeah, sure. I think Chimeri's probably already spoken about it and addressed it in detail already, but I'm just going to give you a brief from my side and what we do here at the Performance Center here in KGN when you do club fitting. Always, when somebody comes to you for a fitting, the number one thing is you got to have a pre-fit interview going. Like, what is the requirement of the golfer? Could be any level of the golfer, right? The guy could be 18 handicapper, the guy could be a scratch golfer. So you kind of see what they're coming in for. Whether they want to look at something gaining distance, they want to gain some height on their shots, they want to get some control on their shots. So always have a pre-fit interview, right? Get a few questions out like you do before even a class as well. So kind of see what the goals of the golfer is. That's number one priority first. So based on that and based on the information that you had, then you can start your fitting process, I guess when you start your fitting process, it's always good, get them to hit a few shots with their clubs, with their present clubs, whether if you're doing let's say an iron fitting, right? You get them to hit a few shots with a 7-iron because that's most of the manufacturers are only going to give you demo clubs in a 7-iron, right? So kind of see, you just get some baseline numbers. If you have a launch monitor, very good. If you don't have a launch monitor, you can, just try and maybe use your eyes to see what's going on. But number one thing to start with always is contact, right? Most important. Kind of see where the strike location of this person is, how he's delivering the club, right? Number one is always contact, and that's the most important thing to see where he's contacting it, like I said. Next thing you can check is swing speed, right? And then you can go on henceforth into launch angle, spin rate, smash factor, things like that. So, yeah, I mean, but always pay attention to how the delivery of the club head is for a golfer. Sandeep, if you want to add anything to that?
No, perfectly. It was all perfectly online.
Okay.
The ball starting online, not deviating from its path.
so far, so good. Yeah. So if you don't, I guess if you don't have a launch monitor and as a coach, right, there are ways you can actually check strike location. Obviously, a GC quad or a TrackMan launch monitor kind of gives you a good idea about where the impact location is on the face. Also, about how the delivery.
Let me correct you on that. In the TrackMan, any radar-based launch monitor, the strike on the face, don't base your fitting on that because that's inaccurate. With the
I agree.
quad,
I
which
agree.
is
I
when
wouldn't
you
say
can
that it's
see it.
absolutely
Yeah,
correct, but it kind of gives you a kind of an idea, probably.
yeah.
Right.
So
So I'm not
any
going to get
club
into the
data,
specifics of it.
anything to do with club data on a radar-based machine, you have to kind of use your judgment also.
Also, I was just
Because
coming to that. Yeah, my
the
point is
radar,
I'm coming. Yeah, my point
yeah,
I'm coming to is that if you don't have access to the launch monitor,
yeah,
you can use a sticker, strike location. You can always hear the sound of the club head, and you know what's going on as well, right? You can hear the sound of the strike location and see just by your experience whether it's a heel hit, whether it's a toe hit, slightly behind, you caught it well, right? You can just have to use your own judgment sometimes also.
yeah, definitely. Because the TrackMan basically gives you the club data based on the ball data, what the ball is doing, right? And the GC quad, all the camera-based machines, the launch monitors will give you the ball data based on what the club is doing. So the best fitting is if you have both, right? You have both, I know. So you should use both the machines. I have 5 launch monitors. Okay, I can't use 5, but I use 2 when I'm doing a very elite level club fitting. Yeah.
Fair enough. I still prefer to use my ears sometimes, and I think most of your coaches should do that as well. Right, listen to the sound of the strike. You kind of get a good idea. How do we judge what club head, what shaft, what grip, everything? Maybe kind of get into the specifics of it, but how are you going to judge what that golfer needs, right? So obviously, if you have let's say an 18 handicapper golfer, but he's a pretty good ball striker. Let's say he hits it in your mind, he hits it pretty close to, let's say, 150, 160 yards with a pretty decent attack angle, pretty decent dynamic loft. He's getting good compression and good smash out of it, right? So you can't judge. My point being is that you can't judge doing club fitting or club head, giving a certain club head or shaft just on the skill level of the golfer. You got to actually see them hit a few shots, right? Number one is obviously like what their contact is, like I mentioned already. See how fast they're moving that club head, and then based on that, you can start making a judgment on what type of club head to give them and what type of shaft to start them off with, right? So if this is an example, if somebody is hitting it, let's say, sorry, go ahead, Amandeep.
Yeah, Sandeep, I had a very pertinent question where, a lot of times the student comes to me and asks me this question, and he throws about, one is loft, that what driver loft should I get? And secondly, they will ask you, because they're taking a lesson from you,
Yep.
and they've thrown these 2 questions at you as to what loft driver I should get. And secondly, should I go for stiff shaft or should I go for flexible shaft? Or should I go for regular or should I go for extra stiff or
Very,
stiff?
very, very good
So
question.
these are the
Amandeep.
2 questions, and it's we would like to get you to give us advice on how to answer that question in a very precise manner, so that the student is satisfied and goes back
I think you
making.
can't. Number one, you can't make an assumption ever, right? If you without seeing a golfer hit a few shots, you can never ever make an assumption saying that this club head is or this loft is going to be the right fit for you or the right shaft for you, because everything works in tandem in golf clubs, right? The number one to start off with is exactly the number one priority in a club head is always loft of a club head, right? Then it goes into the CG location of the club head. Okay. Now, when I talk about CG location, we know that blades have a different CG location. We know that forgiving irons have a different CG location to it, right? Then you get into the specifics of the shaft weight, shaft flex, shaft kick point. So it's very difficult to assume that something will suit a golfer without actually seeing them hit a shot. So the best answer would be like, let's see you hit a few shots. Let's kind of judge and see what kind of loft, let's say launch angle you're getting out of it, what kind of dispersion factor you're getting out of it. If you have a launch monitor, sorry, then it's very easy to keep track of these numbers. But if you don't, as a coach, then you can
No,
just
as a
hit the
coach.
shot.
So I'm going to give you a live example. So there's a student who comes in and says, okay, with I'm pretty good with my irons,
Yeah.
and with my 3 wood or whatever this thing, but with my driver on spraying the ball more than any other club. So is it because my shaft is too regular?
It could
Or
be.
is it?
It could be. We don't know unless we actually see them hit shots, and it has to be a lot of trial and error, Amandeep. There is absolutely no specific in
Okay.
club fitting.
It's very fair to give that kind of an answer to a student.
Yes, it is very fair. You have to tell them, let's see you hit a few shots, let's try out and see a different lofts. Most of the drivers these days on the new modern drivers are adjustable lofts, right?
Sure.
You can make the change as a coach and the OptiFit hosel, let's say Callaway calls it OptiFit hosel, but the other companies have their own hosel. Adjust a loft, see which in your mind is giving them the optimum launch angle, and also the optimum in terms of dispersion, left, right, or right, left. You just have to try out a few shots. If you see the guy swinging it fast and he's got an aggressive action to it, maybe then you can try something a little stiffer, something with maybe a higher kick point shaft, just to see if it helps. But again, there's no specific on it. It's a lot of trial and error involved. And yes, it's very fair to tell the student, listen, I don't know if this shaft is going to work for you or not. Unless we try it out, we never know.
And the second,
I wanted to add something.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead, James.
Yeah, I want to add something. Now we have to be very, very careful. Now these days, there are a lot of club fitting centers, a lot of people who don't play golf, who are not in the profession of coaching or are not associated with the golf industry. They set up a club fitting business. Now, setting up a pure club fitting business is very dangerous. You might have a student or a client come to you who might just be suffering with a swing fault, and you end up giving him a new set of clubs without even seeing his swing. So now you cannot isolate club fitting from coaching. A good club fitter, or either you have to be a club fitter who knows basic knowledge about the game. Like if you go to a doctor, if you are an eye specialist, but you are an MBBS and then you become an eye specialist. Anything you are specializing in, you are a basic doctor. So you have to be you have to have basic knowledge of the golf swing. You have to know how the swing works before advising him in overhauling his entire set. I've seen, because a lot of, I think 30% of the people who come to me for club fitting might just be looking for a small swing change, or a new set of clubs will never do them any good. So you have to be a little fair to your profession, whatever you're doing, to advise them accordingly. You
That's
have to tell him,
very good point, Chimi, on that. Very well said. I think as coaches,
leading to what you just said was that these days there are a lot of people who come and ask you the same question. Ki yaar wo Honma clubs, so what?
Honma is
Honma club. Honma clubs. I want the 5-star and the 3-star.
The Honma clubs are the Honma stiff flex. If you put it on the CPM machine, is like a junior flex.
Yeah,
it says stiff, but it's a junior flex.
So when suppose I've come to you and say, you know what, Chimi, Sandeep, Sial, Chimi, please, I would like to switch to the Honma clubs, because this is the high performance, or the Bentley or the Rolls Royce of golf clubs. So why not? So a sincere advice.
The best answer to give Ramandeep is just make them try it out. If they're adamant on trying it out, see if they're getting any advantage out of it. Right. You'll never know unless you actually track the data and seeing if they're getting any advantage in terms of dispersion and distance as well. And then they'll see it for themselves. And sometimes they'll feel it. They're like, okay, make them try something else. They'll be like, okay, you know what? Maybe this is not suiting me.
Right.
No, the best answer for that is
very important for the coach to stand in to the fitting, because it's I feel so that's something which we should tell all our coaches, is it's a good idea not to send your student to a club fitter. It is good that the coach goes along with you and is able to answer certain questions of a club fitter, so that both you and the club fitter are on the same page. Like
I'd like to just come in here, just on a little different, on the same topic, but a little different area. See, we as coaches obviously will be the best club fitters or club salesmen, right? Because when somebody comes to you for a golf lesson and wants to buy clubs, you will make sure that he gets the right clubs. Otherwise, your job gets so much tougher. And club manufacturers recognize that. So today, Callaway obviously is the biggest, but otherwise, even every brand looks after coaches, well-known coaches, established coaches. Brands give them free clubs, clothing, support, because they want their brand to be promoted. So, if I'm a brand ambassador of Callaway, I will obviously promote Callaway, or somebody is of Honma will promote Honma, and and that is understood. But what we as coaches, I think, need to make sure is that uh, if I'm going to recommend, say, Callaway or Honma or Ping or Tail, any brand, I have to make sure that the clubs that we recommend will suit the person. And if that is not available, then he goes to another brand. But just to push a brand, or just to push the commission, or to push the cut, uh, we should not be selling a club, because we as teachers, we are looked upon as the ultimate uh, say for the student, because the student will go blindly with what we say, and not with anybody else. So it's a huge responsibility for us. So I don't really, this is not a forum where we can actually talk about any brand as preferred brand or anything, but we definitely have to know that our responsibility is much more than the salesman, or like Chimmy said, the club fitter who's not your coach. So a shopkeeper will sell a club which is not selling, or where his margin is more. A club fitter who is not your coach will try to sell something that is in his stock, or where his margin is more. But if your coach is a club fitter, or if your coach recommends a club fitter, then obviously the responsibility of the coach as well as the club fitter is a lot more, because it's a relationship, it's not a sale. So that is something that all coaches need to be aware of. I'll give you one example about a driver. I have this student who came to me for a golf lesson, and he had a 7-degree, those tailor-made Warbird driver, 7-degree driver with an X-Flex shaft. And this guy was like a 20 handicapper, and he said, I can't hit a driver. And his old coach actually sold his own driver to this student, and made a quick 8,000-10,000 bucks. And this guy couldn't get the ball airborne. Now, the moment I gave him a 10.5 regular driver, he said that I didn't even know that a driver could feel like this. So can you imagine? I mean, this guy didn't even have an idea that a driver would be that easy to hit. And for him, I mean, I obviously couldn't tell him directly, but he understood that, that his old coach actually sold him a club which was not even good for him. And that can happen to anybody. So, and we as teachers, I think, we build a reputation as a teacher for years and years and years, and it doesn't take much to actually lose that. So it's very important that we are very careful about what we recommend, and we have to have our ethics very clear when it comes to selling something to our students, because, like I said, it's our word is the ultimate word for our student. I just wanted to add that over to you guys. I think if you want to take some questions, you can take them.
Yeah, just adding on to this, basically, these days it's become easier. Now, well, let's say about 5-10 years back, let's say Titleist used to make clubs slightly for the better players. Now, if you see the Titleist lineup, you have clubs for 30 handicap, 20 handicap, 15 handicap. So now it's every brand is now offering clubs from like a scratch level golfer to a 30-35 handicap level golfer. So if you are selling Callaways, just make sure that if you're selling Callaways, a cavity back club, you have all flexes, you have all grip sizes. So in the same brand, you can offer a varied range of clubs. Just best make sure that you're offering him the right makeup of the set. That's it. Yeah, over to you, Sandeep.
Yeah, no, I think Chimi and Indrajit covered all the topics there pretty much. But I guess if somebody wants to ask some questions, we'll feel we're here just to kind of answer a few questions like Amandeep asked. So anything in basic or anything a little more specific, please feel free.
There are a couple of hands up still, so we can take those two. I think Sanjay and
Ashu Kohli is there.
Ash, yeah. So
Ashu, go ahead.
Hi sir, good morning.
Morning.
मॉर्निंग सर वो चिमी सर से कुछ पूछना था क्लब
पूछो।
फिटिंग के रिगार्डिंग
पूछिए
सर वो एक क्वेश्चन है तो एक या दो तीन क्वेश्चन है डाउट है तो कई लोग गोल्फर क्या करते हैं वो चाइनीज क्लब खरीद लेते हैं फेक क्लब तो वो सस्ते में मिल जाते हैं उनको चाइनीज क्लब जो सेम कॉपी होते हैं तो उस केस में उनको समझाना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है वो कहता है मुझे मिल गया ठीक खेल रहा हूँ अच्छा खेल रहा हूँ और कुछ टाइम के बाद क्या होता है वो ग्लव्स जाते हैं और अभी एक मेरा स्टूडेंट है वो कहीं से खरीद के ले आया चाइनीज क्लब 20,000 रुपए में और उसको जो ड्राइवर है वो क्रैक हो गया है तो मैंने समझाया था बट इस केस में कभी टफ होता है समझाना तो उसके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं अपने स्टूडेंट्स को कैसे इनको हम अवेयर कर सकते हैं
उसके पे आप मेरे पास मेरी एकेडमी के वहीं सिखाते हो आप आ जाओ मेरे पास ले आओ उसको और मैं उसको बता दूंगा आई विल कन्विंस हिम दैट्स माय जॉब otherwise the counterfeit clubs or the fake clubs are heavier their shafts are heavier that's the number one giveaway कि ये fake हैं and then I'm sure you have your own set of clubs make them try your clubs and make them try the fake clubs
I want to come in here, Chimi, Sandeep, and Ashu. You know, the client is such a peculiar animal that you can't actually convince them. So, like I said, never answer a question when it's not asked. Please don't give advice when it's not asked. If he's in trouble, is the time that he will come to you. अगर वो संकट में है तो उसने बोला कि यार उसका ड्राइवर टूट गया उस टाइम पे आप बोल रहे थे सर अगर आप फेक चीज खरीदोगे चाइनीज माल खरीदोगे या फेक खरीदोगे तो ये एक बात होगी so these kind of things will happen but what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people who are very adamant and you are absolutely right they're adamant कि it's working well and very well to do people will say it's working well why should I change I'm very happy so you can't do anything about that
then you don't ask him to change. If it is working well, then it's working well. Why do you want to? Yeah. It's when it's not working well and if something goes wrong, then you can explain. Okay, this is the reason that is not working well.
Yeah.
Sir, I have one more question. कई लोगों को लगता है कि क्लब फिटिंग मतलब जो बिगनर होते हैं नए गोल्फर्स होते हैं कि क्लब फिटिंग कराने से हमारी गेम ठीक हो जाएगी और उससे हम बॉल दूर मार लेंगे ये भी एक क्वेश्चन है मेरा तो मुझे लगता है कि मैंने देखा है कि लोग आते हैं क्लब फिटिंग कराते हैं पर उनसे बॉल ही नहीं लगती है और वो फिटिंग कराने के लिए पहुंच जाते हैं उनको लगता है कि क्लब फिटिंग कराने से हमारी गेम अच्छी हो जाएगी हमारी बॉल लगने लग जाएगी हम अच्छा खेलने लग जाएंगे जल्दी सीख जाएंगे आई थिंक मेरा क्वेश्चन चिमी सर से कि हमें बेसिक क्लब फिटिंग के बारे में आई थिंक हमें उनको बताना चाहिए फॉर अ न्यू गोल्फर फॉर अ बिगनर
So again, it's the point of educating. You have to first educate the person what a club fitting is and how will it affect your game, and then after that you let him take his decision whether he wants to get it done or not get it done. Yeah.
So just to add, about fake clubs, I think people need to understand also that the R&D, the research and development that goes into building a club, and every manufacturer spends is millions of dollars. So it may cost them only $20 to make a club, but the R&D is probably costing them that $150 that goes into their cost. So there is a cost. It's not a T-shirt, right? I mean, you have a fake Lacoste T-shirt. It may not be the material of the original Lacoste, but it will do the job. A good fake will do the job. But a good fake golf club will never do the job because that R&D, that the technology that goes into building that club is much, much more. It's like building a fake plane, right? Or you're building a fake car. It will never match the original car or the plane. So if at all you have to explain, you can tell a guy that listen, this is not a T-shirt. This is not a cap that you can get a fake one.
Sir, I have a last question. तो आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि जैसे आई थिंक जितने भी हमारे इंडिया में क्लब फिटर हैं, जो भी एक्सपीरियंस क्लब फिटर है, जैसे भी सर हैं, तो आई थिंक इनको कुछ एक सेमिनार ऑर्गेनाइज कराना चाहिए, जो जिसमें आई थिंक सर्टिफिकेशन होना चाहिए, ताकि कोचेस के लिए आई थिंक अच्छा रहेगा, नॉलेज के लिए, एंड एक
I think
एक्सपीरियंस भी रहेगा।
that's a great idea, Jimmy. We should work on a seminar
मैंने
with the
चिमी
IGU
सर को बोला भी था मैंने इस चीज के लिए, एक
where we
लाइक
can.
प्रॉपर जैसे, यस।
Okay, we've got 4 more people asking questions, so we'll take these 4 questions before we end the session. So we'll keep that quick. Okay, Tavleen, you want to come in? Thank you, Ashu.
थैंक यू सर।
Tavleen, you want to come in? Okay, Tavleen is not around. So Sanjay, you want to come in with your question? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, we can hear you well.
Okay, Sanjay is not there. Bashir, do you want to come
Sir,
in?
I'm here now. Earlier, I wasn't able to unmute.
Okay.
So just a quick question for all of you, since we were talking about club fitting. Any certifications or programs you can suggest for which we can enroll in and further get in-depth knowledge about this subject?
Unfortunately, there is none here. If you want to
Globally,
come and
whatever,
learn from,
online
you
or
can. Yeah,
otherwise, some
I
well-recognized ones.
if you want to learn, you can come here and I can teach you. But I don't provide any certification. For certification, then you'll have to travel out and get certified. But otherwise, if you want to know anything about club fitting and how it will help the players, you're more than welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. No, but otherwise, also like globally, if you are aware of some
Globally, there are the Golf Works, Mitchell Golf, Golfsmith is shut down, KZG. Yeah, these, and there is another one called Golf Lab. That's a Canadian based. Now they have centers in Malaysia and Indonesia also. So Golf Lab does a lot of certification courses. Plus, individually, the companies like Callaway, Ping, they all do certification courses, but then they are brand based. They'll give you a certification that you are Callaway certified. So it's better to do which is brand agnostic, like maybe a Cool Clubs also does it. So yeah.
Right.
I think I just want to add to that what Jimmy's already said, but some of the certifications that give you some are specific to club building, some are specific to club fitting. So you have to choose which one wisely. If you want to
There are varied. Yeah.
If you want to do both, then you can do both together. There are very few that actually club both together. But I think what Jimmy, some of the names he mentioned was mostly club building. But then it's a good idea to check and see which gives you an option to do both.
No, they give you all, like Mitchell Golf, Cool Club, they all give you both club building, right? Club repair and club building, and also club fitting.
Perfect. Okay, that's good.
Okay, got it.
Okay, the next question.
And like you said, also the equipment manufacturers also have these certifications, so it's a good idea to maybe start with them first, just to because if you can't travel, because they have online courses for that. I know Callaway does, I know Ping does.
But the brand ones are all club fitting. They're not club building ones. Because they don't want you to build the clubs. The clubs they will build, you just fit them and sell them.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Sanjay, can you unmute Sanjay? We have Sanjay, Anup Singh, and Mohammad Bashir. We'll take these 3 questions and end today's session. Angelina, can you see if you can unmute them? No?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Chimi, as Indrajit sir said that as coaches we have built a reputation over the years, and we should not lose it as a purpose of selling one brand of club. And we all agree to this as responsible coaches. We are like doctors in the medical industry, similar to us. So generally, what happens these days? I live in Hyderabad, and the city. Lot of people stay in US mostly. If you see, Most people travel from US, and another thing is there that there is an online sale going on here everywhere in the country, all over the world. What happens, one, two lesson after, they just come and drop in with a Callaway set or a, let us say, Mizuno set, whatever make, and they say we get at a cheaper price in US and online, and lot of offers were there, and we bought it. So as a coach, though I start the lesson because they have come for a lesson, they have paid for a 5-10 classes, and after a few lessons, when I feel that the club is not designed for them, I take a point, and as a responsible coach, I just inform them that whenever there is a fitting or a demo going on here, or you get a chance, always go to the fitting doctor and get fitted. Get, at least you know the right club, because you're going to play the game for a long time. So what that is my take. Though the students buy club from online or from different sources, I find my duty to inform them about what the club fitting is and what important it gives to the game and improvement.
So, to answer your question, if he's already invested in a set of clubs, right? So let's say a set of clubs is normally for 2 lakhs, and he's got the set in a discount store for 1 lakh rupees, but it is not to his specs. So what you can advise him, what he can do is he can get a retrofitting done on the clubs he's already bought. Right. So I can, we can see if his lie angle is not suiting him, we can bend the lie angles.
That is called
Provided the
retrofitting.
clubs are bendable. Like if the length is too long for him, we can cut down the clubs. If the grip is thin or thick for him, we can make it his size. So there are limitations to what we can do with the existing set of clubs, right? But if the cost is not a factor, let's say after saving 1 lakh rupees on a set of clubs, if he spends another 20,000-30,000 rupees and gets a new shaft or gets the entire club overhauled to fit his specs and make the coach's job easier, make your job easier, and accelerate his improvement. So you can give him that advice to get a retrofit done in the club which is already bought at a 50% off or a 70% off. He is still saving money, but it will, if he continues using those clubs, it will not help him. If he goes and changes it, like if he buys a trouser and if it is 5 inches longer than what he needs, he can just go to a tailor and get it cut. So same thing for golf clubs.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think just want to add to Jimmy's point over there also, and what Indrajit had also mentioned earlier, is that it's very important as coaches that we educate our students that they should go and get fitted for golf clubs. And I think Jimmy would agree with that also. As coaches, like we should tell them the benefits of why it's so important to get fitted before they buy or invest into golf clubs, whether it's a putter or even a single driver. As coaches, it's not about trying to make a sale, but at the end of the day, you're trying to help their golf game, right? Where they buy it from, that's up to them. They might get the same spec or the same driver in the US at certain price, absolutely fine. Let them go buy it from there, but make sure that they get the spec that what is required for them. That's the most important thing when they go for a fitting. Jimmy, you agree?
But sometimes what happens is, that is the best way. A lot of people come to me also. I fit them. I charge them for the fitting, and they can buy anywhere. But sometimes they're on a vacation in the US and they call me, "Oh, Jimmy, club mil rahe hain. Like ye to 50,000 ke mil raha hai. In India, it's for $1.5 lakh." So that time, okay, I tell them, okay, buy it. Well, I'll see what I can do when you get it to me. But
The point being that as coaches, we have to recommend all our students to get fitted before they go and invest into a set of clubs. Very, very important. Talk to them about the advantages of what is it to get fitted before you buy.
It makes it easier. It makes your job easier.
Absolutely.
To teach him, accelerate his improvement. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll take the next question. Angelina, who's next? I think Bashir was there, right?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Bashir.
Yep.
First thing, I apologize. Morning, I've gone off the subject. I was talking something else. I apologize for that. Now, since golf gurus are here and the best fitters sitting here, I just want to know and see. We all coaches are here. So my question is like, how important is to use right equipment? Right equipment as in weight-wise, height-wise, shaft-wise, flex-wise. How important it is to use, to to any golfer, let's say junior, ladies, senior citizens, how important it is. That's what I want to know. That's the only question I have.
Okay, so you are a sprinter, 100-meter race. How important is for you to wear the right kind of shoe?
Very
You
important, sir.
answered. Very important. So same, you answered my question. That's it. If you wear one size tighter or 2 sizes bigger, you cannot run to your potential. The same way, if you do not use the equipment which is custom fit to your specs, you
I
cannot
understood,
play
Sandeep,
golf
sir.
to your potential. That's it.
I know well, since I'm into this industry since long, I know well, but how to educate the students? That's what my question is.
So can I
think,
reply this? So Bashir, it really depends on that student who's got the clubs. Right now, you will have, I think 70-80% of your students may have clubs which are pretty much okay for them, and they don't really need fitting. And then you'll have students who desperately need fitting because the clubs are completely off. Then you may have students whose only 7-iron is off. Now he's only slicing his 7-iron or pushing his 7-iron, and rest of the clubs are okay. And that then he has to go and get himself fitted and see whether the 7-iron matches the rest of his clubs. So the fitting is obviously very, very important, and depends on how much someone wants to improve. But it all comes down to where he is at also, how badly he needs it also.
So,
Right?
and one more last thing, sir. Like I also do club fitting here. Sometime whenever I go start, I ring up Sandeep sir, Chimi Bhaiya, and I'll take help of his. Now we have Sandeep Sayal sir also. If he allows coaches, if we start somewhere, if we need any help, we can contact him if he allows.
That is up to
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Sandeep sir is always there, sir.
You can reach out to both the Sandeeps. You can reach out to both the Sandeeps. I'm sure one of us will be available at any point of time.
No
problem.
sir. Chimi sir is always there to help me. Whenever I get stuck or I need any help, I just immediately call sir, and he always helpful, sir. He's so kind. So the same expectation from you also as well, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely, no problem at all.
Thank you, last question from Anup Singh. The last question from Anup. Ashu, you've already asked one, so we'll take it tomorrow. Anup, you want to end the session with your last question?
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
So first of all, sir, I would like to thank the experts, Sandeep sir and Jimmy sir, for giving their great insight into club fitting. So my basic question is related to putting. So like in putter static loft, we have an option generally 2 degree, 3 degree. So in India, like there are a lot of golf courses which have slow greens. They're not very quick. So probably on a slower green, the ball would be sitting little more inside the grass because of the cut of the grass. So will it be feasible to or better to use a 3 degree loft putter than a 2 degree, because it can help the ball to pop out and start to roll very quickly? And
no, you can even go to a sorry, yeah.
And secondly is like for a slower green, if a participant is going into a tournament where there are greens are slow, can we have them to add a lead tape to a putter so it becomes heavier and it is easier for them to get the distance with a lesser stroke?
Okay, to answer your question is, okay, you can go to a 4 degree loft also. So most of the pink putters till very recently used to come at 4 degree loft, right? So on a slower green, you can increase the loft to 4 degrees also. With respect to lead tape, making it heavier, then you'll have to give the player enough time to get used to the putter. Now, if he lands up at a golf course on the tee with a putter which is heavier than what it was yesterday, that might spell doom for him. So if you give him enough time, add lead tape, making practice for a couple of days. If he likes it, he can keep the lead tape on, or he just take it off. Yeah.
And will it be better if he has like 2 putters with one like 4 degree loft and little heavier, and the other one like with 2 degree loft, a lighter one, and then according to that he get time to prepare for the tournament? rather than making a change on one putter, because the one putter, the loft, static loft would be permanent, which we won't be able to change.
No, perfectly all right. Now we're complicating the game. वैसे मुश्किल है, making it more difficult. But again, see, most of the professional golfers, they have multiple putters. Like Chirag will have 30 putters in his house, right? It's and most of them have 2-3 putters at least. So yeah, they can do all sorts of variations and combinations. Maybe on a sunny morning, you might like a different putter. On a foggy morning, you might like a different putter. So yeah, you can all mix and match. It's up to the purchasing power of your golfer and his adaptability. That's it.
Thanks a lot, Bhaiya.
Ashu wants to ask the question today itself is very important. So we'll take that last one. Angelina, can you unmute Ashu Kohli?
हेलो, हाय सर।
Yeah.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन चिमी सर से आ गया। सर वो जो हम जो इतनी बात कर रहे हैं क्लब फिटिंग के रिगार्डिंग, आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि अगर एक कोई हमारे सेमिनार अगर हम करें या सर्टिफिकेशन हम करें इंडिया में, आप लोगों को इतना नॉलेज है, तो आई थिंक वो हम सबके लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा। वो बहुत जरूरी है। आई थिंक हमें कहीं बाहर जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी और घर का पैसा घर में रहेगा। तो मुझे पता है कि चिमी सर को बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है। एक स्टोरी मैं शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, शायद सर को याद होगा। तो एक बार एक पटर एक था कस्टमर का, वो लेके जाना था हमें अपने वर्कशॉप पे फिटिंग के लिए। सो वो पटर एक्चुअली मैं अपने बाइक में लेके जा रहा था, वो गिर गया पटर और वो बेंड हो गया था। वो पटर वो एकदम बिल्कुल नीचे वाले पार्ट से शाफ्ट के पास से बेंड हुआ। आई थिंक मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो पटर शायद कोई ठीक कर सकता था, बट वो जब मैं पहुंचा वर्कशॉप में सर को दिखाया, सर तो पहले काफी गुस्सा हो गए। फिर उसके बाद मुझे नहीं पता सर ने क्या दिमाग लगाया उसमें, आधा घंटा लगाया, 35 मिनट लगाया उसमें, और एडजस्टमेंट करके उस पटर का जो सेम एंगल था उसको वापस उसी जगह पर सेट कर दिया। तो मैं हैरान हो गया, मतलब वो होना नहीं था, मतलब पॉसिबल नहीं था। तो आई थिंक लगता है कि अगर हम आप लोगों से सीखेंगे तो शायद हमारे लिए अच्छा होगा और हमारे क्वेश्चन कम हो जाएंगे और हम लोग एजुकेटेड रहेंगे फॉर फिटिंग, बिकॉज फिटिंग इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट नाउ डेज। पहले हमें इतना नहीं था, बट आई थिंक आप जैसे आप बोल रहे, फिटिंग बहुत जरूरी है, चाहे वो बिगनर हो, चाहे वो जूनियर हो, चाहे वो एलिट प्लेयर हो। फिटिंग इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट, दैट इज डिफरेंट पार्ट। कोचिंग अलग पार्ट है, बट फिटिंग इज अलग पार्ट है।
Yeah, we can consider that adding a club certification course to the IGU. Good point. We will put some thought into it, and certainly, like it's Make in India, we'll teach in India also. Yeah, we'll do that. Point taken. And I'm going to hire you as my marketing agent soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right, so we're going to end today's session. I think these last 2 days has been one of the best that I have been involved in the last 20 years, because the interaction was fantastic and everyone contributed. So, Amandeep, do you want to have an ending note, or we can end today?
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. I think it's been educational, to say the least, for all of us.
It's been a good conversation. I think, gentlemen, these 5 hours is nothing. I mean, it's not even enough. So, I know even when I used to attend in the beginning, I say, oh, baithna hai 5 ghanta, 6 ghanta. This is not, we don't want to stay. So, you already had a negative kind of view before going into these refreshers. But I think this has been useful even to me. I actually, every time even if I'm conducting one, I learn so much, because there's so many things you forget, so many things, different perspective you hear from everyone else. So I think it's a huge learning experience for both me and Amandeep also.
Absolutely. And tomorrow, it's not going to be, I'm going to be talking a lot about biomechanics and the physical part of, how to handle it. Won't be a presentation. I will explain to you a lot of issues. I think I'll be conducting the class from a gym. So if you guys have any questions with regard to injuries, injury preventions, those things that I'm going to cover tomorrow, certain issues which I'm going to explain how they are relevant towards certain parts where, your student is not able to make a certain kind of swings or adjustment. So we'll talk a lot about that. So if you guys have any questions on those, please feel free to think about those questions, and let's have questions which are very specific for that.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. See you
All
tomorrow.
right. See you tomorrow, guys. Logging off.